What's going on, everybody? Welcome back. This is episode 33 of the Double Drill Podcast with
Yes,
Destin and
sir.
Drew. Of course, as always, I'm Destin.
And I'm Drew.
It's Drew, man. You see, I'm in a undisclosed location right now. This isn't my normal background, but you know,
You
but you know
in Miami, you said, right?
dude, you don't keep it P, man. This dude here, bro.
Hey, that's not like a specific location, right? That's a big city.
Man, you never know who looking for me, man. But you know, the show must go on. We got some special guests this episode. I'm waiting for one more to pull up, but I'm gonna bring up one right now. None other than my man, Coach Dante,
What's up?
What's
out of
good,
H
y'all?
Town.
What's good? What's good? What's good? How y'all doing? Thank you for having me on the show.
Of course, man. I appreciate you coming on. You
Oh,
can
hold up, he's a Rockets fan. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
yeah, man. H Town born and raised.
Yep.
No.
You already know, man.
Hey, so you can tell us a little bit about yourself, Coach.
Well, those of y'all, my actual real name is not Dante, but I'm not a coach. I'm a coach for a reason. I do coach flag football 4, 5, and 6-year-olds in Houston. I don't know if it's familiar. I do coach. They call the Scenic Giants. You know, on the east side of Houston. I coached it for them for 2 years. I used to coach for the, North Side Cougars and all them. So I do got some experience coaching flag football. Also used to be a basketball coach for the Aldine Hawks, 10U,
Oh,
10U,
dude, it's
and,
on the
yeah,
north side, yeah.
on the north side, on the north side, Aldine Hawks right there, 10U, and I used to coach 9U. Like I say, born and raised in Houston, Texas. I always lived in Houston, never moved out of the city in Houston or nothing like that. No, got my own stuff right here. My grandma and stuff passed away 5 years ago. Lost my mom when I was 13 years old. Lost all my grandfathers, but other than that, diehard Houston fan, Astros fan, Texans fan, Dallas Wings, WNBA fan. Always been involved in the sports. I also part of a sports network as well called the Empire Sports Network. Used to be executive of the Spotlight Sports Network. Everybody we do got wrestling shows, people that do wrestling. We got people. I'm a part of a WNBA show. I'm also a host of a morning show. I got a baseball show that I do on there. So that's a little bit of background about me.
Awesome, man.
Yeah, that's cool. Make sure y'all follow Coach Dante. That's your Instagram.
On Twitter.
Yeah, I got Twitter. It's that Rockets got Coach Dante right there. Also a part of the H Town Rundown podcast where we just do nothing but Rockets. It's almost like a network. We got the Texan side. I'm a part of the Rocket side of things too over there. So yeah, Coach Dante 31 on Instagram and Coach Dante that Rockets guy on Twitter.
Yeah, it's cool. I once again, I mean, I appreciate you coming on. It's cool to connect with some other
Yeah.
kids and when I saw you on PSP podcast, and then you
Yeah.
said like you was from Houston, I was like, oh dang, and then and then saw you talk hoop. I was like, okay, yeah, this man, he talking about it. And then I
Yeah,
gave
man.
you a follow, and then we've been chopping it up.
Oh yeah,
ever
man.
since.
Appreciate you, man. Like I say, from Houston. I just found out what you call it. Stayed in Houston. So I just found out Trenton stayed in Houston. Was from Houston.
Oh,
So yeah, he from Houston. He played at Conroe High School at Shallow Creek. So I just found out he was from Houston. So it's good to have some people that's from Houston connect, especially us, being born and raised in Houston, connecting and talking ball, man. I just appreciate you for having me on, bringing me on the show.
Awesome.
Yeah, for sure.
So let's get into it. How you feeling about the Rockets? This summer league. Going into this new coaching staff. You got some vets now. What are your thoughts on this? I mean, Desta, really. I know you're gonna title it Cavs win summer league championship.
Yeah.
Well, we'll talk about summer league, but of course we gotta talk about the Rockets. So
well, like I say, it's good to have a goddamn coach that knows how to coach the game. You can already see by in summer league the players already know what they're doing. It's just feel good to get a taste of winning because we haven't won a damn thing in 3 years. In 3 years, dealing with Coach Steven Silas over there, that's the reason why he's been an assistant for 20 years of his whole coaching career. That is the reason now he's back with the Detroit Pistons. So I hope we have a good rest of assistant coaching career. But other than that, you can tell it's a different vibe. You can tell the players are out there. They know what they're doing. I love the big Ben Sullivan. He's coming out. He came also another coach that we stole from Boston that used to be a part of the coaching staff of Ime Udoka. But Cal Whitmore, didn't play great. Didn't play great against Cleveland. But when Tyree Eason and Jabari Smith was out, he had to be the man that stepped up. You kind of want to have a glimpse and see him without those guys, and you got a real good glimpse on how good this guy can be. I don't know. I still think Ime Udoka likes Jayshawn Tate, which is I thought we was going to be getting rid of him already. They'll probably open up some minutes from Cam Whitmore, but it's going to take him some time to develop over time. You can wait slowly on him, but other than that, man, I like the roster. We needed a point guard badly last year. KPJ can go to his natural position, coming off the bench as a 6-man, something that he used to do in Cleveland. Like I always said, LP, I think Jalen Green is our best scorer, but I actually think LP is our best player as far as getting guys open, getting guys the ball, assisting, putting guys in better situation. I think Jalen Green is the go-to guy down the stretch when you need a bucket, as far as making a play for everybody and being a basketball player. I think LP is that for the Rockets right there. And I just like Coach Ime Udoka. When he come out and say it, man, he's going to hold everybody accountable. He's going to have control of the locker room. And we may not like the Dylan Brooks signing, but it's a reason to that. Ime Udoka, I got faith in Ime Udoka. He's going to take care of him a little. He's going to take care of him. Fred VanVleet, he wasn't efficient last year. But Toronto they don't have that many shooters. Outside of OG Anunoby, they don't have that many shooters that can shoot from the outside consistently. Plus he has to do more with that roster. He had to do more with that roster. And he was frustrated last year of the young players and stuff like that. So I actually like our chances coming into this year. I think we are borderline play-in tournament. At best, we compete for a play-in spot. I think with this roster right now it's constructed, I think we are borderline play-in tournament team. We can compete for a play-in tournament. I'm not saying we can make the playoffs, but don't be surprised if we get it that far, because I like our chances in the West, especially at the bottom of it. If we just paid attention to all of the games, we were close against the Sacramento Kings. We almost beat them last year with a bad roster. We got a game out the Lakers. We should have beat.
I mean, we have some. If you're just going off of that, yeah, we got some.
We had some close games.
We beat the Nuggets.
Yep.
We beat Atlanta. So yeah, we had some good wins. But like
Boston.
Oh yeah. That one I'm gonna say like that was mostly Boston being garbage down the stretch because
Minnesota.
Minnesota
not good. Minnesota is not good. I think we can get them. The way we played last year with a terrible roster, I don't see why. With these veterans on the team this year, I think we can be We can be a lot better team than everybody expect us to be this year.
I'm cautiously optimistic. I think I
see why. Yeah,
I would not be surprised if we are like in the conversation for a playing spot. Yeah. I also wouldn't be surprised if we win 30 games and that's it. But I think a lot of it's going to come down to some of these guys taking a leap.
Yeah.
And so like Jalen Green, that third year, usually in the third year you start to see what someone's really going to be, if they're really going to be anything, or if they're going to live up to any of the projections, or if they're going to kind of underperform going forward in their career. Usually the third season you see that. And to be fair to him, the first 2 seasons with Silas, there wasn't a lot of structure. There wasn't a lot of like playing to his strengths. And also we didn't have any veterans on the team. So there wasn't, any leadership.
I mean, they admitted it too. They admitted it in the locker room. It wasn't structured. It wasn't a structured locker room. And Raphael Stone got a lot of involvement in the practices that Steven Silas was running. Raphael Stone had a lot of say so up in who to play, who not to play. He had a lot of say so with Ime Udoka. You can tell in his press conference that Raphael Stone is stepping back a lot. and letting Ime Udoka make most of the decisions. Most of the decisions in free agency was all Ime Udoka's decisions. And when you're a championship caliber coach, and when you took in Boston, I know we can get it all mixed up that Boston is a way better team than the Rockets, but still, Boston did start off that season great. They started off at least 500. Like in the end of the regular season, by the All-Star break, they were 28-7 throughout the rest of the way. So coaching does play a lot of part. But other than that, Ime Udoka has no problem sitting a player up on the bench when they're lackadaisical. We all know Kevin Porter has those times when last year when he wasn't getting the ball, he would not get back on defense. He seems like lackadaisical on the defensive side of the ball, stuff like that. So Ime Udoka is coming in. He's gonna manage a lot of those attitudes, and I think the players are gonna buy in. I think the players are really gonna buy in. They really trust in Ime Udoka to get it done. It was no respect for Stephen Silas. You can tell the way they played. You can tell the way they carried themselves. You can tell. You can literally tell.
Yeah, and also like just watching them, you could tell they didn't have any idea about. There was no style of play. Like we didn't really have any identity to the team.
Yeah,
and so a big thing is like I want to see that buy-in. I want to see some consistency from some of these dudes. Like I love Sengun. I've always been kind of like I think you're higher on him than me because I think you said that you think he's the best player on the team, right?
I think he's
that
player on the team.
All around, I would say he's probably been the most consistent.
Yeah,
not counting defense, but like for what he does as far as his strengths, I think he's been the most consistent playing to his strengths. But I also know if like his ceiling is to the level of like some people. Like I know people have been calling him like Baby Jokic and things like that. I'm gonna need to see a lot more to like come anywhere close to that because he's just. I heard that he grew 2 inches. They say he's 6'11" now.
He's 6'11" now. He's 6'11".
We're gonna see that because I'm hearing that. I gotta see that on the court. I gotta see that height difference. If he
even came out and said it though. He came out and said it. I watched a recent interview with my guys on Twitter, Will and Brad. They had him on the show. He even came out and said it. He's 6'11" in shoes. In shoes, he's 6'11". He's 6'11". They asked him a question. About Jabari Smith in the summer league, and he said Jabari Smith was cooking. He was cooking in the summer league, so he even came out and said he's 6'11" in shoes. So he grew those 2 inches and stuff like that. They had him on the show.
That'll help some. So I want to see him like play a little bit bigger in the paint. I want to see some improvement defensively. At least like some serviceable defense. I don't think he's ever going to be like a, really good defender or anything like that. But if he could be a serviceable rim protector, that could help. I know that we got Lansdale, right?
Jock Landale,
He's gonna be playing probably a lot of center this year.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just for me, like I even told Deso this before. Like I think like his ceiling to me is like, even though I know people are hopeful about him being like Baby Jokic, but I feel like he's more like Vlade Divac 2.0. that's like when I see him play, he almost reminds me of like a more athletic.
I don't think anything wrong with that.
I don't think there's nothing wrong with it.
He was a good player.
Yeah, I think he competes on the defensive end. I think he's gonna be competitive on the defensive end. He's not gonna be an elite defender. I don't see him being an elite defender, but I see him.
I'll say this: if he's gonna get PT with Ime Udoka, he's gonna have to compete.
Yeah.
I don't think that's something that's gonna fly like he did with Coach Silas. Just real quick, before y'all continue, our second special guest has finally arrived. He's running on CP time, but got him in here. The man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Context Matters.
What's the word, fellas? Salute.
What's up, Context?
Salute,
hey man, Context, man. I appreciate you coming on. Another guy, I connected with through the world of social media and basketball, YouTube. Context, tell us a little bit about yourself before we continue.
So, what's the word, fellas? First of all, salute. Desto, Drew, Coach Dante. What's the word, fellas?
What's good, man?
Yeah, man. I just love hoop, man. Like, I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I played hoops in high school and shit, but I got a couple of injuries, and then after that, shit just didn't click for me. Living in the inner city, shit happens, but I still found refuge in watching hoops, playing still ball. I still play ball. I'm like a basketball junkie. The way that they say like KD's a basketball junkie, Gilbert Arenas, like Kyrie, like those type of guys, like it's just like the way that basketball is played, like there's an appreciation that you gotta have for it because it's such a I don't know how to describe it. It's like science, math,
Art.
like you know what I mean,
Yeah.
like
Poetry.
poetry, like
Yeah.
it's all these little subjects in
It
just
is.
one form of a sport. You get what I'm saying? So football is a
Mhm.
little bit more tactical, so you can kind of position yourself to win a little bit more. So the coaching has a little bit more of an imprint. However, like the players having to implement the game plan, but then also be special, it's a different type of mentality. So I always like watching the psychology of basketball, right? Like, so that's my love, real love for basketball. So that's why for certain players, I might have some strong takes, you know what I mean, from time to time, but I just look at it from a different aspect. Like, it's some things that you can't equate to, you can't quantify and things like that with numbers, shit like that. So I'm from that. Maybe you call it Hezzy Tween. So I guess I'm probably the Hezzy Tween merchant. I'll take that. I'll take that.
Yeah, so before you came on, Drew and Coach Dante, they talked a lot about the Rockets. Well, before I go, what was your standouts, your thoughts on the summer league?
So it's a little bit, it's a seesaw. I saw some flashes of potential, like if I'm doing certain simulations in my head, I'm like, okay, it could work. I see the potential of the team. I see that they're trying to be athletic. I see that they're trying to emphasize defense. But they do have a lot of offensive talent that needs their roles to be defined. And I think what lineups he decides to put in the first 25 games is going to let you know what direction they're going to go. So to me, for example, if I see a lot of Amen Thompson, then I think he's probably going to be open to letting other players play. Because at this point, I mean, for me, I don't know about y'all, just off the first game, I saw all I needed to see from my man Thompson. Just off the first game.
I saw a lot of good things. Like I saw, like, you know, the vision. He is a really good passer. Like I saw some really good plays in transition, pushing the ball up the court. I could already see him like hitting like Jalen Green in transition, hitting Jabari. Like he was making passes I was not seeing KPJ make regularly in just that first summer league game. So I'll give him that. Still got to see where the jump shot's going to go, how that's going to develop. He did hit that 1-3. It was a set shot. It was, you know, it looks a little funny, but we can work with it. We'll see. Hopefully he can develop like at some point, like a pull-up jumper or something like that to like keep the defense honest. Because as Dessa knows, I do not want to see, and I don't think he's going to be like a Ben Simmons type of thing because he's going to he's going to take the shots.
Right.
But I want to see him actually develop some level of a jumper. That's going to be, you know, that's going to decide if he's just going to be a star to me. Okay. If he can develop a jumper or at least a serviceable one. Defensively, he looked really good. But yeah, I still think that I think there's a lot more I want to see as far as like him, you know, developing an all-around game apart from just, you know, being a playmaker.
So let me just to give a little bit. So for me, I think it's more so I want to see more so his counter move development. So after that first read, because like to me, like his first step off rip, it's better than a lot of guards' first step right now. So to me, that's what I mean by I saw everything I need to see. To me, I think he was just filling it out. Same thing like his brother. I think his brother is a little bit a better shooter right now off rip. I think he just has more of a fluid motion. It's more balanced compared to Amen. Amen just looks unbalanced when he's shooting. Even in that set shot, it still looked unbalanced. Like the way his foot placement was, it didn't look like it was something that if he comes off a pin down or, you know, a drag screen or something like that, he's going to be able to hit that off the catch. I don't think so. However, the thing that I like about both of them is that they're live ball passers. They have strong hands. And in the NBA, when you have big, strong hands, you're going to be able to move around in the court easier than a lot of people, if that makes sense. So because you have bigger hands and you're faster and things like that, you're usually taller, things like that, or even if you just have bigger hands, you don't really need to do that many counter moves because your hand has enough grip on the ball. So you're going to be able to have a tight dribble wherever you go. You get what I'm saying? Compared to people that have smaller hands, they have to do like at Steve Francis. That's why he always had a lot of like counter moves, yo-yo, things like that. He was super athletic, but he had small hands. That's why he couldn't really be like Baron Davis, who had bigger hands, and he was able to take that contact and he was able to dunk with left hand, right hand, through contact, things like that. So to me, Amen Thompson, he looks like he could dunk left hand. He could dunk right hand. I saw the across the body floaters, which I liked. The thing of what I would ask you guys is, do you think he would be able to play the three? Do you think he would be able to play alongside with Van VanVleet at the 1, Jalen Green at the 2, and him at the 3? And at the 4, you'll probably have Jabari Smith and then Sengun at the 5.
I say he can do it.
I think that's going to be all. Yeah, it's going to be relied on his jumper, but I think we're going to see it regardless. I think they're going to run those lineups just because you're giving this much money to Fred VanVleet. I don't think they're just going to solely bench Amen Thompson or just use him as a backup. Mm-hmm. We're going to see some of them run together, especially when you got like the most experienced veteran we got on the team now is VanVleet. So I mean, I feel like you're going to get some run with all three of those guys. And then there might even be some run where it's KPJ in there instead of Jalen Green. But
you dare to say KPJ's name? You think he's gonna crack the Walker's lineup? Pause.
Hey, they're saying that he's buying in supposedly to his new role.
Sounds cool.
There was reports that he spoke to the coach and like he's fully committed. So I think he's buying into this 6-man role, which is what he should be. Like his game perfectly suits being a 6-man. He's a decent playmaker, but that's not his focal point.
That's fair.
You can see like he's looking to score. He's looking to get his shots. So I'm fine with him run the second unit.
I mean, a guy that can play 1, 2, and 3. This guy can play. He's going to be able to stick on the perimeter against threes because his height and his athleticism. So he's going to be a 3 guarding the 3 with no problem. It would have no problem with that. But what's crazy about me for what I saw, and I alluded to this on PSP podcast, I seen him make passes that I don't see some point guards make. Immediately, he comes off a pick and roll with him and Jay Huff. Now, shout out to Jay Huff. He did get a 2-way contract with the Denver Nuggets. Them two did a pick and roll. You know what the ball did? He threw a ball so fast and so accurate. Jay Huff wasn't even looking for it. It hits him right in the face. It just literally hits him right in the face. But other than that, I seen this guy made 3 left-hand layups back-to-back. You know when you're on the right-hand side, you lay it up with your right hand.
Right.
His first play is immediately he shoots a floater. He shoots a floater in the about a free throw line. Then he takes the ball. He's on the right side of the court where you finish with your left hand, finish with your right hand. He shoots it easily with his left hand. So you can tell he's very comfortable going left as well. You can tell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think having that versatility, like y'all mentioned, I definitely think he's a guy that can play the 3. Right now, I mean, he's 6'7". He's a do-it-all point guard, and I think it's important for him to have those reps, playing next to shooters, playing next to other playmakers. It's only gonna make him a better player. The one thing that I noticed in that one summer league game, and his brother has it too, they have like tremendous feel for the game. Like even on both ends of the court, they like have great IQ. They don't make a ton of like forced like mistakes, things like that. I mean, they both have some of the deficiencies, but they, if you work on your game throughout the league, you have the right training, the right coaching, you can become better at whatever aspect of the game that you want to. And I think the Rockets hiring Ime Udoka, that's one of the first steps to building a structure and establishing culture in the organization. And I think it's good. I actually haven't really thought of Thompson starting at the 3. I just assumed that the lineup would be
I still don't think he's gonna start at the 3.
Yeah, but I think he could eventually play that. I mean, I think the NBA is kind of, and we say the 3 now, but NBA is sort of positionless, and you have multiple ball handlers, multiple I call them I call them dribble. What I call them. What I call them, dribble, shoot, pass guys or something like that. Like,
Right.
Yeah, like multiple
Dribble
creators
pass
on
and
the
shoot, yeah.
Yeah.
multiple creators on the court, and you know, Van Vliet is just a short term guy who can help.
Yeah, they're gonna flip him later.
lead.
They're gonna
Yeah,
flip him later.
yeah, help provide leadership, guidance for Thompson and Green and those guys. Help them become professionals. Same with Dylan Brooks. I think he's a guy who can do that. And we'll see. I think it's important for them to have that versatility. And I can see Amen Thompson becoming a star, like you said, Drew. As long as he get that jumper right. But the one thing that stood out to me when I watched that summer league game is the feel for the game. His brother has it too. Like especially like defensively, crashing the glass, crashing the offensive glass, just making the right reads, like being like a secondary or tertiary playmaker. Like
And that's why I think he's gonna start. That's why I think my fault. That's why.
No, you good. But yeah, they both had it, and that's what stood out to me for sure when I watched Thompson.
The only issue with being, like, I mean, I can see him being a backup and like us having to change your pace lineup kind of thing. But we still got. I feel like Tari Easton is going to have a potential breakout year. Like he has a lot of potential, and he's going to probably be playing a lot of time at the 3, right? So
that's fair point.
And so,
I say that's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Yeah. And so I'm thinking like, I don't know how we're going to be able to run a lot of these guys if we're starting him at the 3, especially when like his strength is having the ball in his hands. And so you're going to have the main lineup be Fred VanVleet, Jalen Green, Amen Thompson, Jabari, and Sengun. Is that what you're thinking? Or
right. That's fair. That's a fair point because that I was thinking that, but now that you say it, it's better to let Easton have more 3 minutes because he is kind of better fitted for that role.
Mm-hmm.
So I do see that point, and just Amen Thompson probably play the backup to Fred VanVleet, and then from there, you know what I mean. He might eventually get, because I think I can see starting lineup like he has it, like I think he gets it. I don't know if it's maybe I'm overthinking it, but just same thing like Scoot. There is a certain thing that you kind of can't quantify and like you can't kind of put your hand on it, but it's kind of like I felt like he was same thing like his brother. It's like the feel of the game, right? Like to me, I feel like they didn't even hit gear 2 in any of their games. I think they were trying, but as far as like unlocking what they really can do in the NBA, I don't think they even hit gear 2. And I think they were just probably trying to fill out the game. To me, I think Amen Thompson, especially with the passes that he was trying to make, he was trying to see if he could play to the speed of the game. Like, you know what I mean? And see the second play as it's happening. Mm-hmm. That's why I think he's such a strong live ball passer. Like I said before, he's also he has strong hands. So like in certain situations, he's able, like, decision easy. Like that was an easy move for him. Like, and it makes sense because he's going against summer league guys. However, to me, the first step is like this is pro first steps. Like these are not like I don't know what to do. Like he's in control. Look,
see, that's the layup I was talking about right there. That was the layup
left
I was talking about, how he finished it with his left hand. And look, he's on the right side, and he finished that with his left.
No, that was a good touch for real. Yeah, that was nice.
So to me, it's kind of like it's a hard time to get into transition and feel that transition like that quickly. So that's what I like about him.
Yeah,
he's tough.
Look, he dribbling. Look, that's the right side. Look what hand he finished with. See, look what hand he just finished with. Most people ain't gonna be able to, and can't do that.
Look, Hezzy got right by his body, swiveled the hip, like, and just caught him. Like it was, he didn't even really need to use his off arm. You get what I mean? Like he was able to turn him with his whole body. You get what I mean? It looks like he's already knows how to put guys on his hip, and he's able to, you know what I mean, read and react very well. Look ahead, boom.
Yeah.
Way. Like,
see that quick look ahead? That's the perfect example of one of the players I was talking about that I didn't see a lot from KPJ. Like a lot of times I see guys running in transition open,
right,
and he would miss them.
Right.
He would just like dribble it up the court, tunnel vision. And so seeing that he's always looking to like find
and I actually like I actually like him with Cam. If they both come off the bench, I actually like that's a lot of
Oh,
you know what I mean? Like athleticism, firepower. Look, whew,
like that pass, that was nice interior pass right there.
right there. That was perfect on the money. And he was doing that like every time he had it in the fast break, he was doing that consistently, like throwing it over. It wasn't like he was pushed out of that way. He knew where he was going to go to when he jumped on it.
Still.
And that's why I said, Drew, that's why I said I think he can compete for the starting lineup just because if he competes on the defensive end and he's locked in and he gets those steals, he gets those fast break points, Udoka's he might, you know what I mean? But like you said, that jump shot is nothing to, it's not too shabby. But I think just him competing, you know what I mean? Like just trying to be around the ball. Like he has gravity with the ball. Same thing like his brother. They got gravity to the ball. Like they just know where to be at. It's not wasting motion.
He reminds me of a little bit.
No.
Drew might scoff at this a little bit. He reminds me a little bit Alonzo in a way. Like I remember Alonzo was a rookie. He was just
now that you mention it,
he could shoot
a more
well.
athletic version, a little bit. Yeah, better finisher for sure.
Yeah, but he like his feel for the game, his IQ, on both ends of the court, like steadily just being like a triple double threat. You know, he attacks the glass. He's a good passer.
Right.
Yeah, we don't want to see the injury, but yeah, he does. He reminds me of Alonzo a little bit, and we saw how Alonzo shot the ball when he first got into the league, and how he worked on that every year, and before his injury, he was shooting like one of the best 3-point shooters in the league on high volume. So you can work on your game, and it's cool to see how he can.
Yeah, you can tell
he can work toward.
When Alonzo was shooting the ball in New Orleans and in Chicago, he kind of tweaked his form of the jump shot a little bit. That's what made him be more consistent. You can tell a big difference when he was in LA and when he was in Chicago and New Orleans. He actually fixed his jump shot, but I think he tweaked the form of it a little bit. That's what made him more consistent.
Yeah, he did. Before we move forward, was there any other summer league standouts other than the Rockets that anybody?
Oh, one more thing on the Rockets though. Cam Whitmore. Because I was saying this to Dustin earlier. Who does he remind y'all of as far as a player? Because I swear, because as you were saying the Lonzo thing about Emmett Thompson, I could see whenever I watch Cam Whitmore play, he looks a lot like his movement, his mannerisms, his demeanor, his game like reminds me of another player in the league right now. Like who do y'all think I'm talking about? Who does he remind y'all of at all? Or if there is anybody? He's a player that
I already know who he's talking about.
Yeah, he was in the playoffs this past season, and there's a lot of talk about this player.
You're not talking about Jaylen Brown, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
They got to be Jaylen Brown. Yeah. I know
he plays a lot like Jaylen Brown. Like his game, like even his flaws, like his strength and his flaws. It's almost like he's a light-skinned Jaylen Brown clone.
That's wow.
Hey, he
like, for real.
It's
like
crazy. It's crazy, but he does.
I'm not even like. Hold on, let me see if I can like.
That's literally. I'm not gonna hold you. That's intense. That's crazy accurate. That's crazy.
That dude.
Watch him play. Okay, so I'm gonna pull up some of him playing right now.
That dude.
Tell me you can't just see Jaylen Brown in his body. Like just picture Jaylen Brown instead of him. Let me skip past all this crap, right? But I swear, it looks like very similar. Like his drives, his attacks, his finishes, even when he shoots, it just reminds me a lot of Jaylen Brown.
Yeah,
and he wearing number 7.
Number 7. That's how true it is.
I didn't even think about that.
That's how true it is.
That's funny. I didn't even think about that part, but yeah.
Yeah. Look, easy bounce.
That dude.
How tall is Cam?
6'7".
6'7", right?
6'7". Yeah, 6'7".
And it's funny because they said that he reminded people of Carmelo, and I was like, I don't see Melo.
It's
Melo.
It's not as fluid as like
right.
Melo.
That's what I was saying. It's a little bit more stronger, like you said, like Jaylen Brown.
Yeah.
You're
Jalen
right.
Brown a bit stiff. and
Yes,
everything.
Yeah.
yes.
But
yes.
he's cold.
When he gets
I'm-
downhill, it's like, yeah, look, that first step is crazy.
It was amazing how he was finishing though. When he go to the rim, how he absorbed that contact, bro.
Yeah,
That was sick, bro.
He does have Melo's second bounce. You know, when Melo, like, he gets a rebound and he put it right back up. He does have that Melo, but I would say, like, as far as mannerisms, as far as jump shot, the way that he gets into his dribble sets, things like that, his cadence, I definitely agree.
Yes.
Jalen Brown.
And it was tripping me out. So I was like,
he
wait
probably has
second.
a
I'm like,
better first step, maybe a little bit, but Jalen Brown is probably a little bit bigger, so he's like, you know what I mean? Like, he's able to use his shoulders and give you that, you know, that shoulder nudge.
Mhm.
But I think as far as Cam, because the Cam, he reminds me of like Melo's young body, like pause. But like when Melo first got to the league, he was kind of like that. But I see the Jalen Brown. Like the Jalen Brown is pretty accurate.
yeah.
Pretty accurate. You know, okay, so here's another player comp. Keontae George. Who does he remind you of?
Are you thinking of a player that's playing right now?
Yes. Just one hint is he's in the Western Conference. Shooting guard, yeah, obviously a shooting guard.
Keontae.
Pacific Division.
It's not Shea, right? It's not Shea.
No.
Okay.
Pacific Division.
I almost want to watch, like, pull up some clips and see if I'm sure somebody. For real.
You talking about Ant?
He was
Hell
in
no.
he was in the Eastern Conference and now he's in the Western Conference.
He's a two guard.
Yeah. That's tough. It's cool.
He was in the East.
No. Don't say it.
Pull up the clip.
Yeah, because I want to. I feel like when I'm watching them, be able to see. Let me see.
Once you see it, I think you'll be able to get. I think you guys will be able to get it. It's kind of distinct. It's kind of distinctive. It's kind of eerie.
He was in the East. Now he's in the West. He's a two guard
It's in the West. Hold on a second.
Well, what's the Pacific Division?
No. Don't say that. I think I already know. Anthony Simons?
No.
Damn, I thought it was it too. I thought that was it.
Close. But Anthony Simons got just a little bit more to him. But that's close. That's a good one though. That's a good one.
It ain't Malik Monk, right?
That's a good one too.
You said
That's tough.
Pacific.
That's tough.
It is.
I'm trying to think of who was traded or something from the East.
Yeah.
Wait. So
close. You close.
Pacific
You
Division.
close.
Pacific
Keep
Division
going.
is the Trailblazers, the Timberwolves,
I think it's the Lakers.
Jazz.
Jazz.
Is it Colin Sexton?
No.
Oh.
That's actually a bad version of him. No way. No way. My bad. Shout out to Colin Sexton though.
No, you got to tell us now. I thought it was Anthony Simons for sure. But.
No, because he stayed with his team. You say he come from the East. He come from the East.
Yeah. He's it's Bradley Beal.
Really?
Yeah.
You know, actually,
Movement shooter, strong.
he was just traded too.
Look, yep. Get to the rack.
That's crazy. It just so happened like when we make these player comps, they were the exact same like player numbers.
Right. Right. Decent passer. He's not like a great passer, but he's decent.
Mm-hmm.
Look, easy.
He's more of a scoring guard, a combo scoring.
I'm sorry, I see Anthony Simons more.
You see more.
It's not just the hair for me. Like I feel
he looked like Anthony Simons.
You talking about as far as the
he
bounce and the jump shot, like the way that he's letting
like
the jump shot.
like the way he plays.
That's fair. That's fair. That's
I'm
what
not
I'm saying.
seeing
It's
enough,
close.
like-
That's close.
Yeah,
I think he's.
feel like-
Anthony definitely like a bigger guard than Bradley Beal.
I think Anthony
Definitely.
probably has a better yo-yo, but I think Keontae's a better catch and shoot player than Anthony. I think right now.
I see
I
some of both.
I think Simons is a better athlete, and he, you know what I mean, like he can, get his shot off the dribble. But as far as catch and shoot, his mannerism, if you see, I think if you get him into those sets, and you see his body movement in terms of like the way he'll curl into a shot, it's very Bradley Beal, like lands on his front foot, like you'll see it. I think Simons, I see it too, because the way that he bounces off the floor is a little bit more bouncier. So I see what you mean. I think Bradley Beal's a little bit more fluid, but I don't think Bradley Beal's as athletic as Keontae George.
Yeah, that's why I said
Yeah. So I can see the difference in the jump shot. I see what you mean. It's a little bit more bouncier, but as far as the way, I don't know. I think he was more creative. But I can see the Simons thing. Actually, I can see the Simons thing. I can see it. But the Bradley Beal kind of stuck out more to me. Like that's Bradley Beal to me. You know what I mean? Like that's what it feels like. And I feel like if you put him in the position where he's playing with a pass first point guard and he doesn't need to shot create that much, I think he will be more closer to Bradley Beal than Anthony Simons. I think Anthony Simons is a secondary style of play. I think he would, in my opinion, I think his best form would be Bradley Beal. You know what I mean? I think Bradley Beal's better than Anthony Simons, by the way.
Oh, so that's you're saying like you think that's his ceiling, like he could be like a Bradley Beal.
Bradley Beal will be his ceiling, and I think Anthony Simons will probably be his. Shout out, yeah, that's what life's all about, man. That's what life's all about. But yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I get your Brad Beal comp. I got another player shout out, and I want to know y'all player comp. He actually looks like this dude, and his mannerisms, like his attire, it kind of look like the dude. But y'all probably gonna pick it up pretty quick.
Who are you talking about?
I'm gonna say it's Demoy Hodge. He was a Laker. You know, I got to shout out a Laker for sure.
Nah. Okay.
But hold on, I'm pull it up. Let me know who this dude looks like when you watch him play. So he's that's him right there with the ball.
Hold on.
He 55. He right here. No, it's crazy. And he said like this player who he wants to be like. I'm gonna give he a former Laker.
Oh my god.
You say he a former Laker?
Yeah.
All
right.
Don't tell me yet. I think I'm.
What era of the Lakers?
This era, like recent. Bro, I'm about to give it up.
I'm not about to say like Dennis Schroeder or something like that. Like
nah,
no, hell no. Because he don't play like him to me.
He NBA. Well, of course he an NBA champion for the Lakers, but he a two-time champion.
KCP?
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Bro,
he don't play.
Bro, hold on. Y'all don't see KCP?
Nah,
Wait, I watched the dude play
don't.
defensively.
Hold on. Let me see.
Shooting.
Okay, I gotta see more of the defense then. But like offensively, I don't think he's
Yeah, okay. For the jump shot,
the jump shot, yo.
No,
he shoots like KCP.
You know what? Yeah. I was thinking of a different Laker when I was watching it.
Who?
Who are you thinking about? You said Dennis Schroeder, bro.
Oh yeah, I remember
Jody Meeks. He was reminding me of Jody Meeks.
Yeah, Jody Meeks is more like a scorer though. Like he could.
Yeah, but I know. I mean, like when I see him on offense, like when I see like his shots and like how his follow through and like his how he moves his body.
I can see Jody Meeks. Jody Meeks had more of a higher set point on his jump shot.
But how KCP used to like move off.
Yeah. I see what you. No, I see it.
Yeah, his defense. Like I don't know if y'all saw like earlier in the clip, but he had like some
let me
some strips. All right, let's see.
Wait, so he actually said that like that was like his favorite player or something? What he said?
Like he modeled his game off of KCP. Like literally.
Hey,
I
listen,
can't
man.
imagine anybody saying that, but hey.
what are you talking?
But, I
When
mean,
you're a two-time champ, man.
KCP is a positive winning player. Like it's the
Right.
reason why he.
Right.
And look at the.
Right.
I mean, it's just very realistic. That's what I mean. Like most players usually ain't gonna hear that.
Well, to be fair, the thing about it is too, like he was projected to be like a do-it-all kind of guard. Like it just, I think he needed to fit into a role.
Well, I'm just.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
no. What I'm saying is that I think sometimes, as everybody knows, when you're a basketball player to play in the NBA, you have to fit into a role. Obviously, you can't be the man. So, like, I don't think he was as
That's
effective as the main guy. You know what I mean? I think his skill set was brightened when he was able to focus on certain things and not try to be the jack of all trades. Because remember, he was trying to be like same thing like Bruce Brown. Bruce Brown wasn't able to find his role. Josh Hart took a while to find his role. So there's certain things that happens in the NBA that kind of pigeonholes you and pigeonholes your training. Because, like, for example, you can be a guard, right, and try to get better on certain things, but the coach wants you to play like Bruce Brown. You're playing the 5. You're doing pick and roll and dives, short rolls, things like that. Like, you didn't train for that. You were trying to be a guard, and now you're like, you feel what I mean? Like, that's a lot to deal with.
And I think that's important. That's an important quality to have when watching players. I mean when having players like on your roster, because everybody not a star. Everybody has to fit into a role, and I think that's what some players get lost in the league and lost in. They'd be like, oh, why this player not in the league? Why this player sitting on the bench? Well, you have to. Not everybody's gonna be a star. Not everybody's gonna be the primary ball handler. You got to find other ways to impact the game, and to, be a positive winning player. And that's exactly what I saw from him in the summer league. I think he shot like 55 threes, and he shot like a little bit above 40% in the summer league. And I was like, bro, is this KCP out here like that I'm watching, bro? Like he'd run fast like KCP. He don't stop moving. He a sweat. Hey, Drew gave away my location at the beginning of the freaking episode.
Federal, bro. Relax, yo.
Now this right here, he capping right here. Like he hating right now.
No way.
Salute my boy Khalil, man. Coach, you had anybody else to you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to this guy, man. I mentioned him on PSP podcast, man. Marquise Noel from the Toronto Raptors. He was undrafted rookie that played at Kansas State last year. Guy 5'9", 5'8". Guy's nice with it. He's a solid playmaker. He can also shoot the basketball. I want to give a shout out to him. He's undrafted. He was on the Toronto Raptors Summer League. But the most memorable game that I watched for him against I think it was against Michigan State, and they still ended up losing the ball game. But he had 20. They beat Michigan State, but he had 20 assists in that game. He had 20 assists in that game, and by 19, I think 20 points, 19 assists. The guy to be so small, the guy is actually good. So I want to give a shout out to Marquise Noel from Toronto.
Yeah, no, you're right. Marquise Noel is nice. The one thing I remember though that's very memorable from summer league when he shot that 3, he turned around like he was
I forgot that was him,
and it fell apart. His whole life fell apart.
He shot that 3 and turned around. I was like, bro,
no way.
Not make the league.
2K animation failed you on that one, my boy.
He cocky in summer league.
I'm telling you.
I was like, man, you better make it. You doing all that, bro.
Yo, the league is going to humble you really fast. Like, you got to be very, very nice every day. Like, especially shout out to Nate Robinson, Earl Boykins, like Muggsy Bogues. You know what I mean? They was able to survive in an era when it was really big men. So you got to be extra nice.
Look at this comment.
Oh my god,
my Laker.
What?
My Laker agenda.
No way.
Right.
Jay Hood is the next CP3? No way. There's no way y'all believe that.
Nah, he not CP3. He the next Curry.
If you're lucky, you might hit the KCP one.
Yeah, the KCP one is that's a fair shake. I'll give him a fair shake on that one. But you talking about Jay Hood? No. Jay Hood is a right-handed D-Lo. So you got a left-handed D'Lo and you got a right-handed D'Lo. He doesn't really.
Hey,
shoot the
I mean,
threes that
hey,
well.
Dustin, you should love that. D'Lo was your guy.
Right.
Yeah,
so,
I know. I like
yo,
D'Lo. Nah,
all right, so.
nah, for sure. I
Mhm.
mean,
So man,
I'm still I'm a little upset.
the old D'Lo, not the current D'Lo.
No, I like both. But I mean, when D'Lo got drafted, that's when I was a huge D'Lo guy. Like,
Coming out of Ohio State when he was going crazy in college.
oh, JJ said how we feel about Ochai Agbaji. Yeah, I watched Ochai when he last year when he was on the Jazz. He cool. Like I like how he can play off the ball, on the ball. He's a good scorer, good passer.
Right.
I mean,
Supreme capped. Get out of here.
Yeah. No way. No way.
nah. I don't think so.
Now I know D'Lo. I mean,
It's not a gap though. It's not a gap. It's not a crazy gap.
okay. Fred VanVleet had a down shooting year. I know everybody's killing him because he's making more money than he actually shot from the field. I know Desto was saying he doesn't want it. He wants a new rule to be implemented where you can't get paid as many millions, or you can't get paid more millions than when you shoot from the field.
Your shooting percentage.
But yeah, like it was a down season for the Raptors. But the year before, this man shot like damn near 40% from three. He had a really good season. He made the All-Star team. Like,
Right.
nah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't think he's better than D'Lo, but I think some of it. I think a lot of. I think that they play different roles. I think to their teams, and D'Lo I think is a better shooter. Even in like previous seasons, I think D'Lo he has a volume, especially as like a mid-range shooter, standstill 3-point shooter, pull-up 3-point shooter, those things. I think VanVleet is a more consistent playmaker and defender, more reliable ball handler, things of that nature. So I think that would give him the edge. But I think they in like the same category of player of if you want them on your championship team, they probably like a number 3, number 4 guy on your team. But that's kind of how I view them.
Let me ask this. Who do you think is a better high leverage player between VanVleet and D'Lo?
I mean, if you got to say VanVleet. I mean, I guess he played in a. No, I mean,
he was
you
a
got to
part
say
of
VanVleet.
Yeah, he's a part of a championship team, and he had some big playoff games in that run.
Mhm.
Games where like he was, the best guard. It wasn't Kyle Lowry in a lot of those games. Outside, I guess, the Bucks series, because Lowry played really well in the Bucks series, and a couple games in the finals.
He was the second best player next to Kawhi in the Golden State series, basically. I think he was a second best player. Outside of with Kawhi Leonard, he was about their second. He had a great final.
Maybe it varied. Like I like one game.
He could have been MVP.
Yeah, because Siakam had a couple of moments. Right.
Okay, I don't know
Siakam
about
had a
it.
couple
Could have
big
been
games.
MVP.
No,
Lowry
I
had a
say
couple big games.
consideration of it. It was considered at that time because he had a hell of a finals. He dropped a 50-point game. This dude literally had a 50-point game in a playoff series. He had literally a 50-point game. He played. Fred VanVleet played well that year.
No, he had a game where he was shooting crazy. I remember.
Yes.
It wasn't that year though. It wasn't that year.
It was 2019 in their championship run. It was 2019.
Nah.
That dude was good. That good in the playoffs.
Versus who?
I don't remember versus who,
He
but I
dropped
know he
50.
had a.
It was like I think he dropped like 30 plus, but
he had a hell of a shooting playoffs. I remember he did have a.
I don't know. He was shooting lights out, but
check it out right quick. Try to make sure I'm right. No, he had to have a 40-point game or something right in between that. He had a hell of a playoffs in 2019.
I know he had some. I know he had a 30.
I know he had a couple of 30 balls, right? He had a couple of 30 balls.
But like, for 50,
he only had one 50-point game in his career. That was in 2021.
All right.
But I know he did have
season.
some. I know he did have some huge games in the playoffs and in the finals.
Right.
For sure.
And it was especially because of the leverage 3-point shooting, right? Like that's why I asked that question.
Yeah, but I think that's the ideal role for him to be in on a championship team. Like you had Kyle Lowry, you had Pascal Siakam, you had Kawhi, who I thought were better players than him, but he was still able to, come off the bench and play like high leverage moments, close games sometimes in the fourth quarter, be a pest defensively, knock down shots, sometimes create shots as a shot creator. He was very efficient in that role. Now, when you put him as like a primary ball handler and things like that, then you start to see some of the inefficiencies that we
Right.
saw these past couple seasons. But I
Right.
think that's an ideal role for him to play for championship team, the one like he did in Toronto.
Right.
Okay, so let's move on to our next topic, and we're gonna talk about Team USA, in the World Cup, and just the the FIBA World Cup in general. I'm about to pull up the roster right quick.
Hold on, my fault. Before we do
Yeah.
get into that, I do have a question though, and it's kind of interrelated. It's gonna tie into a foreign player. I didn't know your thoughts on the Wemby situation, and we don't have to be too long-winded if you don't want to be.
Yeah.
But okay, so just deep diving into the Spurs, right? So I did want to shout out to JJ. We was chopping it up about Devin Vassell, right? And I just brought it up to Mars. We had a couple of people. We had conversations about it, and to me, Devin Vassell kind of reminds me of a better shooting, like as far as like a movement shooter, catch and shoot, like a young Kawhi in terms of offensive like style. Like he's a better, like he comes off the screens, like it's like between like I would say like Chris Middleton-esque, but like a better form. So like to me, like that's like very fundamental, like Kawhi, if that makes sense. So I'm not comparing him to
I see the
Kawhi,
Middleton. I don't know if I see the
but
Kawhi. I'm gonna give you the Middleton though.
Yeah, but here's my thing. I think he's a little bit more fluid than Chris Middleton. I think Chris Middleton has to rely more on his fundamentals and his footwork and just shooting ability, while Vassell is athletic, fluid, can play over the top. Like, so I think that's why I'm giving him a little bit better than Chris Middleton. And to me, I think he has the capability of being so fundamental that along with his athleticism, if he develops his, like, the rest of his, post work, things like that, which I think Pop could instill in him. He did it with Kawhi, helped him with the Kawhi. I think he could play I think he end up playing like Kawhi. Because to me, he has the arm length. So when he shoots, it's going to be high arcing, but he shoots line drive shots. So when he pulls up, if you notice, he doesn't really take shots that are close to the 3-point line. He takes a lot of like ones that are further away because his shots is a little bit more line drive-ish compared to having high arcs. But he shoots over people. So he's like,
shooter.
Yeah. So he's about 6'8". So it's easy. Like, you know what I mean? His wingspan can allow him to be a flatline shooter. Same thing like T-Mac. T-Mac was just he jumped very high, but he was a flatline shooter. But yeah, to me, his like just a little bit of his body movements, but it reminds me of Kawhi. But the Chris Middleton is kind of like the floor I see. So yeah,
I'm a huge Devin Vassell guy. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I love watching him hoop. I actually think at this stage of his career, he's a bit more like polished than Kawhi was, like offensively.
Oh, offensively, absolutely. Not even a question.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is his pull-up game,
boom,
his touch. Like he has floaters, he has the 3-pointer, he got the mid-range. He got the ball on the string right there. As you can see, he's been working on his playmaking. So I'm definitely high on Devin Vassell. I think that's a good core piece that you can have around Wembanyama. Him also with Keldon Johnson. And what's the point guard? Trey Jones.
Oh, are you high on Trey Jones?
I'm high on his ability to be a solid,
like a floor general, table setting kind of guy, like hit shots, things like that. Gotcha.
Yeah, like a
yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Kind of like his brother, like like in a way.
Okay.
Yeah, he
you
definitely.
He reminds me of like body type but he reminds me of like Lindsey Hunter.
Really?
Yeah, Lindsey Hunter.
Wait, who? Trey Jones?
Trey Jones. His body type, like as far as his frame, it reminds me of Lindsey Hunter.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, Lindsey Hunter was a heck of a defender. I remember.
Yeah. But I don't think he's going to be like a defender like that. I think, like you say, he's going to be just like his brother. I think he's going to be able to hit shots, set the table, stuff like that.
Yeah, to be like a solid guard, somebody who don't make mistakes, get some of these guys they shots, put them in just the right position to succeed. And I think he in a good position to do that in San Antonio. Just learning the game. Look, there you go, right there.
Look,
hitting Devin Vassell coming off the cut, coming off the screen. I mean,
yeah.
And Devin Vassell just hitting the shots. That's I think that's Keldon Johnson right there.
Look,
Vassell must have been hot this
Tough.
game. He must have been hot. Look,
Yeah.
tough.
Hey, Keldon Johnson, nice too though. You watch him,
nah, for real.
nice
Yeah.
too.
They definitely have some nice
That's-
young pieces over there. I
Yeah,
think that's
I was just about to ask, like, how long do you think Pop? Because Pop signed for 5 years, so I think in his mind he's assuming he can get this flipped by next year. I think in his mind, I think he can get it. But the earliest I think he thinks he could get it by is next year, and maybe the latest is probably their third year. Into the contract.
I think he believes in the core for
Right.
sure. I don't know if next year is the time. I think he believes in the trajectory of this core and the young players that they have for sure. I think that factored into him re-upping to that deal.
But
Definitely.
I think also I think if he does, for example, let's say this is like a test run year for Wemby, right? And let's fast forward 1 year. I think as the assessment throughout the year will happen, I think Pop will be able to kind of, steer him in the way to kind of like fast forward him that next summer into the next year. And then from there, make the necessary roster moves to complement Wemby. I don't think they're going to try to rely on Wemby to be that much of an offensive factor. I think his points is going to be a plus. You know what I mean? If he's able to get into the flow of the game and hit some shots, is the bonus. I think they're really going to rely to see if he can pick up the pace and understand the game from a defensive aspect. That way he can leave his imprint on that side. And then from there, they develop using guys like Sohan to be aggressive, you know what I mean? Be kind of like an enforcer, but still athletic, do it all forward. He kind of gives me like Shawn Marion vibes. Just a little bit longer arms.
Jeremy Sohan.
Yeah.
And
So
they still have Malachi Branham, who's in summer league too. He had a few good games.
I do think they need a good lead guard though, for sure. My fault to cut you off, but I think they need a good lead guard.
Yeah. Okay. So
one thing on the Spurs though, because since we were talking about Wemby, I gotta get this off every single time we talk about him. You already know what I'm about to say. I have a very pessimistic take on Wembanyama. And I'm sorry, like I stand by it though. It's not even that I'm cheering for it to happen.
Okay.
I just feel like very, very confident in a bad way that this is going to be the case. I think he's going to be an injury bust. I've been saying that since last year, before we knew where he was going to be drafted or any of this. And the reason why, I mean, I can go over it many times, but we've never seen a player with his size, his height, his frame, not have their career derailed by injuries.
Right.
We've just never seen it before. And I don't see why I should think that he's going to be the exception, especially when he plays in a way that's very similar to like KD, somewhat AD, who they've had their injury issues themselves. And neither one of those dudes are 7'4", right? And we just know he's like, it's almost a given. He's going to get banged up, right? He's going to have some kind of injuries. The question is just going to be how severe is it going to be? And I feel like the Spurs were the best possible landing space for him because Pop is going to manage him. He's going to take it easy. He's probably not going to put too much of a load on him. And maybe that'll be the best case scenario for his development. But I still don't know if it's going to be enough. I just don't like every time I look at him, I'm reminded of so many like past bigs that have had their careers derailed by injuries. I'm not just talking about like Yao. You can go all the way back to like Ralph Sampson, who was also 7'4".
That's a fair.
And was kind of like the first iteration of what Wembanyama is, right? And I don't know. I don't believe that he's going to be able to hold up consistently over the course of 82 games, year in, year out. He's probably, I mean, I don't expect him to play 82 games most years, but like, I think he's going to have issues just staying on the court. And I think that's going to at some point affect his potential. So like, I know a lot of people are like looking at him as like the all-time great future prospect, generational talent. Could it be on the level of LeBron, Duncan? I just don't see that. To me, like I think his ceiling is like an 80 level player. Like that's going to be his impact to me. Like maybe the second best player on a championship team. But I could easily see him not even being that and being like instead like Kristaps 2.0. And I think that he's more likely to land somewhere between those two. But I think he's gonna have a lot of issues staying healthy, staying on the court. We've seen it with everybody. Can you name me one guy that's been anywhere close to his height that's not had their issues with injuries? And then you couple that with how he's built. Like he's got a really slight frame. Like I'm sorry, I don't believe it's gonna happen.
That's what's gonna make it hard for him. Make it hard for him too. That's something he got. He got his upper body strength. He definitely got to work on that because the way it is. I know it was summer league, but the way it is, it don't look like he's gonna play his back to the basket too much because he's gonna be so small. Who's he gonna post up? Is he gonna post up a Joel Embiid, play his back to the basket towards Joel Embiid? But Joel Embiid too strong, so a lot of his team, he's gonna have to have a face-up game, a really good face-up game to me. And he's going to have to improve on his jump shot because he doesn't shoot well from the three either. He shot 28% from downtown. So if he can't improve on that, I just don't see how he can be able to have an impact on the offensive end. Now, I still think he's going to get his points, but I still think most of them is going to come on rebounds. And sometimes he'll better hit the little jump shot. I think he's going to be more like a 17 and 10 guy. But I think he's going to be a hell of a defender, though. He's going to be a hell of a defender. He's going to be a hell of a defender because of his height. And when he does get mismatched on some of those guards, he'll be able to recover because of his wingspan. He'll be able to recover easily because of that wingspan. But he needs to improve on that jump shot and just focus up his upper body strength because he's not going to be able to play back to the basket consistently. He's not going to be able to do that.
I think his jumper is going to be fine. Like I know, like he did shoot like not a good percentage international play. Like you're right. Like it was like sub 30%, but he had like a lot of games where he showed like I think he's going to be a good mid-range shooter, and I think he's I think he's going to develop that 3-point shot. Like I think it's not going to probably be like in his first season that he's going to shoot well from three, but I can see 3-4 years in the league he's going to probably be efficient 3-point shooter. The stroke looks good. It's fluid. He's had high volume games where he's made like 6-7 threes. So, man, I didn't even realize I said that shit.
I think I ain't say nothing. I think Dante saw my face.
Man, that was bad.
Bro, Dante, what is up with your name, bro?
Yeah, listen, man. That's the life I live, brother. If you know, you know, man.
I'm done. I didn't even peep that song.
That's what that's all about, man.
It was on there this whole time. I'm dead.
We got a dib and dab. Man.
I don't know if it was on there the whole time, but not even that. I'm talking about not even guns and bullets. I'm talking about.
No, I know the milk connoisseur. I know.
Hey, man. It's like seasoning, my brother. You know what I mean? You gotta have all type of flavors, man.
Yeah, Drew, you a hater, bro.
I'm sorry, man. I'm a realist.
Well, the thing about it is, I agree with you 100%. I think unless he gets on a real weight regimen, he's gonna be cooked. However, I think the best, like you guys said, the best landing spot that he's in is Pop, and I think Pop, as far as roster construction, I think he's gonna try to supplement. They have a lot of guys that have good wingspan. It's just getting them to buy in, right? And I think his skill set is that he's so tall that it doesn't take a lot of movement for him to get to a certain part of the court. So he's going to be able to kind of get out the way out of certain, like, you know what I mean? If he's able to have good reactions, you know what I mean? Develop some like good quick twitch muscles and improve on that. So that way he can kind of move out the way and not like try to people to attack him, with their knees. So he might get kicked in the nut. Like, he's going to be crazy. But he just got to, I just hope that Pop, in my opinion, this is what I think Pop should do. And we can get off this. I think Pop, he should kind of load manage him, but kind of in a certain way that's not like load management. Like, you know what I mean? Like, don't try to overhaul him on minutes. You know what I mean? Just allow him to take certain games. Like some games, just let him rest for a while. Certain matchups, you know what I mean? Like, I think you want to kind of not detract from his confidence. You know what I mean? And I think the physicality might detract him from his confidence. You know what I mean? And then kind of like take a slow start to his progression throughout the league and stuff like that. But I think Pop should kind of really manage this very delicately because, you don't know how he's going to handle this mentally. And, you know, the sport is 90% mental and 10% physical. So
And one more thing on this, because I'm not just like saying this, just talking out of my ass as well. So, a lot of people don't really talk about, like, he's already had some injury issues.
Yeah,
Like a lot of people say, like, oh,
people
like,
forget that. What are they?
and
They don't
and
know.
I need to get on there with Chill and bring this to him, because he I literally noticed he says this every single time they talk
Chill
about
and
Wembanyama. He's
Ticket.
like, he doesn't have any injury issues. Like, he hasn't had any problems getting hurt. No, like, I literally, like, okay, June 2022.
yikes.
Wembanyama ruled out for the season with an undisclosed muscle injury, right? And this injury, he missed the entirety of the season in 2022. He missed he missed 33 out of 76 games, but it took him out for the rest of the season. Right. Then he missed all of Eurobasket, which was like basically the playoffs. And so the year before, 2021, he missed 2 months with a shoulder injury. Right. The year before that, in November, so that same year, he missed a month. He fractured his hand, which is just like, that's like, that's a whatever injury.
Basketball
right? It can
injury,
happen to anybody.
regular basketball.
Yeah. December 2020, he fractures his fibula, and he missed 3 months with that. Right. These are all injuries within the past 2 years.
Right.
Right. He's missed a lot of games. He missed 33 games there. He missed 2 months with the shoulder thing. He missed a month with the fracture, and he missed 3 months with the fracture to his fibula.
Right.
That's a lot of times missed for a dude that's not even played in the NBA yet, right? And so I'm like, he's not playing 82 game schedule. He's not playing high usage, heavy minutes. He's not having NBA bodies banging against him. He's not having a whole offense run through him, and like, I don't know, man. I'm telling you, it's cause for pause for me. And so I'm gonna stop hating now. But I'm just being honest though. Like, it's like nobody's really looking at this.
It's a fair assessment. That's a fair assessment. Very, very fair.
It is.
Because the pace of the game is so like dynamic that his, like you said, the frame, it's like it looks like it's gonna be bowling ball, but bowling ball going at bowling pins. You know what I mean? Like, it's gonna be wreckage. Like, imagine Zion catch him under the rim. Yikes! He doesn't want that smoke. So, good luck, Wemby.
Yeah, I definitely think he's a project. I'm not opposed to the idea of like you mentioned, context, like low managing him, playing him in spurts. But I feel like you have to look at him as a project. Don't rush it. Don't rush the process. Get his body right. And I think his game, he has an NBA suited game to be able to play great, especially like on the defensive end, to dominate on that end. But he's a project. He had to get his body right, and I'm looking forward to maybe by like year 3, year 4, if his body's right, to him actually becoming that star. Now, this season I'm really gonna be watching him and Chet. I want to see how both of them like handle, because this is basically going to be Chet's rookie year, so I want to see how he's going to handle. And I think it was like if you look at Chet like from his rookie year to now, I mean, he's still real skinny and everything, but he definitely put on a little bit of weight. He put on some weight, and I think that's a huge thing when you been playing with the NBA. I think like that helped out Ben Simmons, that helped out Blake Griffin, that helped out Joel Embiid. They missed what was supposed to be their rookie year, and Joel Embiid missed 2 seasons.
Like 3 years.
I
thought it was 3.
Yeah, it was 2.
It may have been 3. I don't know, but I think it was 2. But having that training, getting with the right like nutrition, you're not playing against boys or college players or anything like that. I mean, even though Wemby was technically like professional, the NBA is different, very different. And that helped them get their body right for the league. And they came in their rookie year. Blake Griffin, rookie of the year. Ben Simmons, rookie of the year. Joel Embiid should have been rookie of the year, but he got injured a little bit more. But he was dominant his rookie season. He was great. So I think that's important. I mean, they're gonna throw him out there. He gonna make mistakes. He gonna look flimsy and everything. But I'm not gonna rush to judge. I mean, I'll probably troll. I'll be like, oh, this dude a bust. He's sorry. but nah.
Flimsy is crazy. Flimsy is hilarious.
But I definitely think they don't need to rush the process. He definitely a project, and we can see what he turns out to be.
Right.
So I'm on the optimistic side. Drew's definitely on a pessimistic guy.
Realistic,
Dude,
man.
like
Realistic.
if you go back, I think we did an episode when we watched the draft lottery live, and Drew was hoping we got the second pick so we can get Scoot.
Oh no, that would have been tough.
Because he
No,
wanted
I'll
the
be
second
honest.
pick.
So I've been consistent about this. I think that it's going to be a Zion to Ja situation, but to a greater degree. So, like, I think that Wembanyama is going to have issues staying healthy, like Zion. And I think that I'm not saying that Scoot has greater potential or is necessarily the better player, but I think he's going to have the better career. And I think that's going to be because of his health. I think he's going to be able to stay on the court, and I think he's going to be able to be a star and reach that potential. And I don't know if I don't think Wembanyama is going to be able to. And so, but we'll see. We'll see if I'm wrong.
Shout out to Scoot. Just a quick player comp for him. Baron Davis. If he develops his jump shot,
that's actually a good one because
that's not bad.
That's better than I've been here. I hear too many people have been saying like D Rose.
No.
And like I don't really see D Rose. Like I don't see that quick twitch. Like
it's not that. It's very more like he has a good first step. It's not D Rose first step.
Oh yeah, you're right. And young Baron Davis was like super athletic.
But the thing about it is it's like very bouncy. If it makes sense, right? Like their dribble cadence is very bouncy. Like their body positioning, the way that they can hold guys off their hip, but they can still explode off the ground. Like pause. But the thing about it is, it's like, and just a real quick second. If you guys notice when Amen Thompson was guarding him, he was able to pin him wherever he wanted to. When he jab stepped and pivoted, he was able to keep Amen away from him. And at 6'2", to have a 6'7" guy on you, it's a little bit, you know what I mean? Like that takes some skill without even having to dribble. So that means that to me, he's able to manipulate just being in a triple threat stance. You know what I mean? If that makes sense, you know what I mean? So to me, like that takes core strength. You know what I mean? Like they can't knock you off your pivot. You know what I mean? And you're able to, you don't need to waste that much energy by automatically having to dribble. Case in point, Tyrese Halliburton, he said on the podcast playoff Paul George podcast, my fault. He likes to play fast because for him, he's always been playing fast. And when he plays in a half court set, it's a little bit like awkward for him. And you could tell. And that's why I think like the next step for Tyrese Halliburton, I think, is to improve his dribble cadence, his dribble counters. The thing about it is he's very side to side when he dribbles. His downhill when he's crossing over isn't shifty enough, if that makes any sense. Like he said, sometimes when he jab steps and triple steps, because people don't bite on his first step, they're like, nah, it doesn't work. So like he doesn't sell.
What was the player comp that you said for Halliburton? I remember you said something.
Oh yeah, okay, so yeah, look, we got this is a
man.
Yeah, let's get into it.
I don't remember what it was, but I remember somebody saying something.
Yeah. Okay, so
I said it, but hold on. Yeah. Let's get to our other topics.
Okay. Fair point.
All right.
And then we can
you're right. Let's
get into the blasphemy that context was spitting the other day. All right, so let's see, what was the next thing? Okay, the FIBA World Cup. So I think you had put up the teams, Drew. Yeah, I got it.
Oh yeah.
Can I add it? Yeah, there you go. Oh wait, yeah. Go ahead, you can do it.
Oh. Yeah.
All right, cool. So that's the Team USA roster for. That's the Team USA roster for this FIBA World Cup.
Yeah, people were roasting this roster too, which
I think it's.
I can understand.
I think it's solid.
Yeah.
I think the one rival. I'm gonna find it right quick. But what y'all think about the Team USA roster?
I mean, I just think it's the first thing you know is it's lacking what we consider like superstar talent. There's not really anybody on this list. I mean, there's not anybody else we consider superstar. There's some guys that are star caliber or made some all-star teams. But I guess what Ant and Bi. But
Tyrese Halliburton just
yeah,
made
Halliburton was
one.
All Star first time. But yeah,
Jaren
like
Jackson.
it's not really. I can't remember the last
Yeah.
time we seen a FIBA team like this. Probably been
No, we did when there was Michael Redd. What was that team? It was Michael Redd. Before not when it was not the Michael Redd that won the gold medal with the Redeem team. The Michael Redd before then. I think it was 2000 when Melo's and LeBron's first
It was
Olympics.
Melo. It was Melo, LeBron.
Yeah.
Melo, LeBron. I don't know.
Iverson. Was it Iverson?
Yeah, it was Iverson, I believe.
Yeah, T-Mac.
I think that was that the Olympic team or was that the FIBA team?
That was the Olympic team.
That was the Olympic team.
That was it was D Wade on that team. D Wade,
but there was
that
all
was
on
probably
the
the worst. That was probably the worst Olympic team that played in the FIFA champ.
No.
That time.
But he's saying the FIBA one though.
Oh, the
they didn't
FIBA
win.
one. Oh.
They didn't win at all. They didn't come.
Yeah,
close.
they didn't win. They didn't win. Oh, but this is FIBA, yeah. So they play. So well, the thing about FIBA, right? FIBA is kind of like they do kind of give their mid-tier, not mid-tier, but like they do give their secondary stars, like you said, stars, star potential, things like that. And to me, I think there is superstar potential. Like I think Paolo has superstar potential. I think Brandon Ingram, I think he has like
nah.
I think all-star, but I think he's gonna
He's a star though. He's a star.
I think he's a star, but I think he can have. Here's the thing: I think he can have in the right setting have superstar moments, if that makes sense. The way like Jimmy Butler is not a superstar, but he's like he has superstar moments, like you know what I mean, like where it's like, oh, is he? And you see those people jump out the window, and then they say, no, he go back to earth. I think Brandon Ingram is in that realm, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think like I don't know if you're gonna. What would you consider Brandon Ingram, a star or just a very good player?
I would say that he is a star. He's a star.
Okay. So, and I see a lot of defense on this team. They got a lot of defensive guys too on this team, which is like 3-and-D guys. I mean, Mikal Bridges, who I like, is a 3-and-D guy. You know, Jaren Jackson, who's a defensive player. I like that Walker Kessler dude. He was balling at the end of last season.
Right.
He can block shots, protect the rim. You got Bobby Portis. Austin Reeves. There's a lot of 3-and-D guys on this team. They're gonna have a chance to be in a lot of games, their games because they're gonna be able to defend, and I think that's gonna open up a lot of their offense.
Right, and they have enough shot creation.
Yeah,
I think they have enough shot creation.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, Drew pointed out like maybe like a lack of certain like superstardom in a roster. I think the roster is fine. It's some guys who I think complement each other well. Right. I think the ideal starting lineup would probably be JB at the 1, Edwards. You got to go Ingram. It depends how they what's the approach, because Steve Kerr is the coach. I think I put him as the thumbnail. So he's the one coaching this roster. And, you know, Steve Kerr, he likes small ball. I mean, you know, maybe he has a guy like Draymond to help out with that. So he may go something like Brunson, Edwards, Mikal Bridges, Brandon Ingram, and then Jaren Jackson. You know, can be the 5. All those guys can shoot. Right. All those guys, well, a lot of them can, like Edwards, Mikal, Jaren Jackson, good to great defenders. You got Walker Kessler, who's a good rim protector. Bobby Portis, another big man out there who can shoot, do a rebound, do a lot of things. The roster is pretty versatile. But it's one thing I want to point out real quick. I think hold on, let me find it. This roster kind of nice. Now I think they lacking like bigs, like big time. But let me know what y'all think about the Canada roster. Is it on there?
Oh snap!
Shout out to Drew, the Canadian. But this is the Canadian roster. I think they have more players, but they definitely gonna be led by Shea and Jamal Murray.
Right.
But
low key, they could actually give them a little run.
Mm-hmm.
They could actually.
They got Nickeil Alexander Walker, RJ Barrett. Kim Birch,
'Cause-
O'Shea
Because
Brissett.
we know
Dylan
it's one-off
Brooks.
games anyway. So like,
I didn't even realize Dylan
one-off
Brooks was
game.
Canadian until like a couple weeks ago.
Right.
Lou Dort, Corey Joe, but as you can see, they have no like defensive bigs, no rim
Right.
protection.
That's
Yeah.
what
Really,
that's
like,
what it
play at
is.
That's definitely
Yeah.
what they're lacking. Also, I think they said
Is that Zach Edey, the one that played from Purdue?
Yep.
That's the one
Yeah.
big that I see. He's gonna be
Mhm.
7'4".
That's like Christian Layla.
Yep.
Mhm.
But
Yeah, but,
to me, go
They
ahead.
are lacking a little bit of shooting too. They don't really have a lot of shooting.
Right.
as well.
That was the other glaring. That you guys took exactly what I was about to say. Go ahead.
No. You go ahead. Context.
Oh yeah. To me, it's one of those things where like I think they have too many guys that are inconsistent in shooting, and they're gonna have to rely on a lot of shot creation and tough shot creation. And when you have to sack the defense, I think it's gonna be a huge problem. So I don't know. Like I think they could put up a good fight. They can have some streaky moments, like Jamal Murray can have some great shooting nights. Lou Dort, if open, he can have some good shooting nights. Bear is gonna get some wide open shots. I don't think they're gonna rely on them too much for shot creation because I think Shea could get them a bucket whenever they need. But I think they'll be able to, make some runs. But I think Team USA, actually, the thing about Team USA is that I think they fit their roles perfectly. Like the way that they play, they're gonna play on Team USA is how they play in the NBA, if that makes sense. So I think it's not gonna take a lot of time for them to gel compared to Canada because of the lack of shooting.
He got Dylan Brooks on his team too, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
You got Dylan Brooks. You got Lou Dort. Definitely probably gonna be like the defensive anchors.
Yeah.
Of the team.
Like low key, this team, like the way that they could win is like they would have to really lock in defensively, and then Shea could just go crazy potentially, have a big game, or Jamal Murray. Those two could maybe pop off. Both of them have big nights. That's going to be their best chance to probably beat the Team USA. It is a one-off game, so that's really probably what they're going to be banking on is those two going off. Because that's really, if you look at up and down their lineup, they really don't. There's nobody else is really going to command a lot of shots.
Yeah.
So they could just like feed those two.
Yeah, I think.
I mean,
Canada definitely can put up a good effort, but I mean, I probably just roll with Team USA if they were to match up.
Yeah.
For them to win, for them to win, one of those two gotta go crazy to me for them to win. And then like they just like are able to lock in defensively, maybe with a small ball lineup. Because honestly, like the Team USA doesn't really have that strong of like interior scorers, really, right?
No.
It's a lot of like, so there's a lot of shooting that they're going to be relying on that can always go hit or miss depending, And so let's say like Dort can lock in on, I don't know, Ingram or Mikal Bridges, one of these two, probably Ant.
Mm-hmm.
No, they could have potentially. I could see them pulling an upset potentially, if the shots aren't falling for Team USA, because like I said, like it could easily have a game where they go cold from three, and one of those two dudes gets hot for Canada potential. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
what
what
I
I
think
think.
though.
Yeah,
but Canada has no answer for Austin Reeves though. So.
Yo, he's a bad man. He's a bad man, yo. He might be able to get those FIBA calls.
That man said, "I'm him."
Mm-hmm. Listen, man, he began those N1s. He might be able to catch some FIBA calls. He might be able to, I think. Listen, the thing about it is too. I think since and you guys know we were gonna get to this later on, but Tyrese is one of my favorite point guards. I think this style, especially with the defensive guys that they have, I think they're gonna be able to full press. I think they're going to be able to push the pace and push the tempo and get easy buckets. And like I said, they still have enough shot creators that don't need that much space to work in. So even if they don't have like outstanding shooting nights, they still can supplement that with their defense and still guys that can create shots and still have defense, like you said, defensive versatility. Like they're going to be able to rebound, gang rebound. If they just all play with effort, which I'm pretty sure with the guys that you got, Josh Hart wants to make a name for himself. Like all these guys, this would make a name for themselves. You know what I mean? So I think there's an incentive with this team to perform well. So I think that might motivate them. And if I'm Steve Kerr, I'll play into that. That would be the perfect pitch, right?
We could jump into that Tyrese Haliburton thing.
I agree. Yeah. Since you were just speaking on Tyrese, let's see. I remember exactly what you said too, and
I don't even remember. I don't know what he said. I just remember him saying something about it, and then everybody made a big deal, but I don't remember what it was.
So context. You know what? I'm not even gonna quote you. You can quote yourself.
Okay,
give
so
your Tyrese player. And who did you say his floor was? I can't remember. Can you remind us who you think Tyrese Haliburton's floor is as a player?
okay, so to me, Tyrese Haliburton's floor is, and I said it perfectly. I said Steve Nash, but I didn't say prime Steve Nash. I didn't say MVP Steve Nash. I just said Steve Nash. And then I said his ceiling is Jason Kidd. Now, here's my rationale. Everybody said, huh? Right? Everybody turned their head to the side. Here's my rationale, right? My rationale is...
No, I understand the Nash thing.
Okay, but here's the rationale of the Kidd thing, right? So the reason why I say that, for me, I think having him to be a scoring point guard is not the most beneficial thing for him to win. I think you need to maximize the players around him and allow his passing, because I think that's what is his best asset. So his scoring is cool. I think it's not really like, I think he needs to work. Like I said, I think he needs to work on his dribble cadence, because I don't think he's a better ball handler than Steve Nash. In tight spaces, I think he's a little bit herky jerky, but I think he's a little bit more athletic than Steve Nash. I think he plays better defense than Steve Nash. And if you look at Steve Nash in his first 5 years, and you look at Haliburton in their first 3 years, because I'll give you, Steve Nash wasn't really doing anything in his first 3 years, right? So I'll give you Steve Nash first 6 years, first 5 years. I think Haliburton has shown you, like within his first 3 years, that from playing a secondary role and be a secondary point guard, playing with a lot of guys that need the ball on Sacramento, to where he had a lot more opportunity to play with guys, I think, and learn playing with new guys and be, a floor general. I think he was able to show like 20 and a double-double, like he was making it happen with regularity. And I think he's able to create without having this nuanced game that Steve Nash has. Because I think Steve Nash was a soccer player, so I think his footwork off the rip is automatically better than Tyrese Haliburton. But I think Tyrese Haliburton has the same mentality of getting his teammates the same open shots. Even if I don't get the assists and the ending play, I want to initiate the offense that creates the shot. So that's where I get the Steve Nash. He's a live ball passer. I think Indiana doesn't have enough good personnel to maximize him yet. But I think once they're able to do that, and he also, just like I said, improves on his dribble counters, shot creation, because that jump shot is kind of crazy. But he gets it off. He's able to get it off.
Yeah. So this is my issue with I don't think he's either one of them, but I do kind of see some of the Steve Nash thing you're talking about.
Okay.
I don't see the Kid thing at all.
Okay.
To me, I don't even see. Like, you hadn't even explained how you saw the Kid thing yet. Everything you said at best fits some of what Steve Nash did. But I haven't heard anything that fits with Kid.
So I'll give you why I said
as far as
as far as the ceiling thing, the reason why I say that, it's more so on projection. In terms of what I think is his like championship role. Like for me, I never thought that Jason Kidd as a number one, as a scoring point guard, would ever lead you to get a championship. I think his role, if it was maximized in the finals, was to put more offensively talented players around him at that time, so that way he can take advantage of his transition ability to play making transition, his ability to create at that time when he had foot speed and create rim pressure. I think he had to, he was kind of subjugated because of his lack of offense. But I think if you maximize the players, I think he was kind of subjugated to just.
Okay, but wouldn't you just say Steve Nash then? Because
wait.
Haliburton's already a better scorer.
Yeah, But I don't think
Halliburton's already a
that's
better
the
scorer than
best.
Kidd was.
I don't think that's the best version of Halliburton to win a championship. So
So
I'm
are
saying
you saying Halliburton is Dallas Jason Kidd ceiling?
is Dallas Steve Nash. That's
No,
the
his
floor.
ceiling. No,
His ceiling to me
is
in terms
Dallas
of
Jason Kidd, because you said like when he had
as
more
being
pieces around him.
but not it's not in that aspect, because you got to remember Jason Kidd was he was older at that time, and he
Yeah,
wasn't
he was.
being like so much of an offensive initiator.
So you're
with his
saying
rim.
like if a younger kid
Yes,
was on the
yes,
on that Mavericks
yes,
team.
yes.
Okay.
So if like Jason Kidd in New Jersey on that Mavericks team would have made them way more dynamic than what they were at that time. If
Okay,
you
but why not just say Steve Nash then?
Well, Steve Nash to me is not as good on defense as I think Halliburton is. I think Halliburton can be.
Do you think Halliburton's good on defense?
I think he can
Is
be
he not?
better. No. But I think he's better than Steve Nash.
I mean,
I give him
barely,
better than Steve Nash
barely.
on defense.
But he's like, but he's not even in the stratosphere of Jason Kidd. Like he's not even in the
No.
They in a
I think
different
he has. I think he has the body type and the athleticism and the foot speed. I just think he's just working on like I said, different defensive stances, footwork, quick twitch muscles. Like I said, there is kind of like a herky jerky stiffness about him that I do see. But I think if he works on like just fluidity things, like I said, like there's a certain development that I think that he's going to have.
Do you think that Halliburton will ever be like a good defensive player?
Yes, I have the. I think so.
I don't think he has like a good body for like to be a defender like that.
I mean, like a big thing of part of being a good defender is having the physical tools. Like it's just an aspect of it that you got to have. I mean, he's a big guard. I've seen him, make
like he's long.
high.
He's long.
Yeah,
but I mean, like
he has
long
long
arms,
arms.
he's
He's tall. He can be. I don't think he's a negative defensively. I'll say that. But in terms of, I mean, comparing.
Would you say that he's?
I think he actually is a negative defensively.
So Drew, you think that he was worse than Steph? Like couple of first 4 years.
Worse than who?
Steph first
Curry.
4 years. Yeah, Steph.
I remember Curry having to be pulled off the floor.
Nah, I wouldn't say he's worse. But
Right.
I would say that
Situation.
I would say that both of them were negatives at this point. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But
I mean, I don't know. I think, like I said, I think it's I think he does kind of gamble at certain times, but that's just being young. I think once he kind of settles in and learns, the tempo and things of that nature, I think he's going to be able to have like a better impact defensively than Steve Nash. So, I mean, Jason Kidd probably, I mean, maybe you guys don't see it, but I mean, it's hard to describe it. Like I said, it's kind of like putting like a Jason Kidd in terms of role on the team, responsibility, impact. I don't think he needs to be a high scoring guard. Like, I don't think he needs to be a 20 and 10 guy. Like, I think he could be an 18 or like, like a 17, 15 and still be able to be like a high impact player, if that makes sense. You get what I mean? Like, I think his playmaking and his passing, if with the right pieces, can affect a team rather than him scoring, if that makes sense. Like the scoring aspect of his game, if that makes sense.
I would say if he's more with a playoff team, you wouldn't have to rely on him scoring a little bit. Just because he's with the Pacers, I think he's going to be relied to score more, to be more of a scorer. But also, he's going to be able to be a facilitator. He's going to be able to average at least get you 9 assists. Because I think that's what he is. He is a pass first guard, and he does set his teammates up to get open shots. But also, he's going to have he's definitely going to have the opportunities, way more opportunities to score with Indiana. And I think Indiana got some upside this year, man. Don't be surprised, man. They can at least be the 7th best team in the Eastern Conference.
I mean, they probably were going to be a playoff team if Halliburton didn't get hurt. They were on pace with him. They had a good
I think there was a 4th seed, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was somewhere in around the 4, 5, 6 range.
Yeah. The more like I'm thinking about the Nash and Kidd thing, I think like I figured out kind of what he is. Like so he's kind of like
let me see
Nash
if you say who I'm thinking. because I'm thinking about.
Well, no, I'm not gonna say a player.
Old player.
No, I'm not even gonna say a player. So you probably gonna have something else. But no, I was thinking like, so it's almost like if a young Nash and Kidd were combined. Okay, a young Nash and an old Kidd were combined. Because remember, Kidd couldn't shoot the first handful of years.
Wow,
right?
actually, yes.
But when Kidd, like later in his career, especially when he was in New York and then when he was in Dallas, he was a good 3-point shooter, right? He was a good
like later in his career. Yeah, later in his
he
career.
was a good catch and shoot, stand still, set 3-point shooter, right? And that's very much what Halliburton's shot is like, right? But he's way more like
but
he's way more dynamic.
He has
with
a
set
like, shot,
yeah, he's way more dynamic, but it is a set
he does
shot.
He does
so
have some step backs. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, so I would say in that sense, it is a little bit like a young Nash, but the way he gets his buckets is very similar to an older Kidd, right? But he could score at a higher volume than Kidd ever could.
Kevin Martin, scoring profile, kind of reminds me like Kevin Martin.
No.
Okay.
I don't know. Kevin Martin was.
Yeah, but Kevin Martin
would like really score though.
Well, that's my point. You get what I mean? He would be the point guard version with Kevin Martin's kind of.
Kevin Martin is a guy like he got to the free throw line a ton of times too, though. He did like score his 23 points and over 20. That dude got to the free throw line a lot. Yeah,
he was one of the early foul merchants.
Nobody really knew that about a Kevin Martin because Sacramento was really bad at that time. That was in the stages after Mike Bibby them left. They became really bad, really bad. So he was able to drop 20 points a night, 23 points a game and stuff like that because Sacramento was so bad. But that's a guy, you talking about the best in drawing contact at that time. That dude got to the free throw line a lot. Even when he struggled, he got to the free throw line a lot.
They couldn't figure out how he got to the line so much. They couldn't figure it out.
I mean,
he was a part of the Harden trade, right?
Yep.
We purchased him to OKC and we got Harden back.
Literally, Harden just was like a much, like basically Harden did everything he did just like on steroids,
right?
And of course the playmaking that he didn't have, But
that's a fair assessment, Drew. That's a fair assessment in terms of like that fusion that you did. My fault. Esto.
No, you good.
Yeah. No, that fusion that you said is for sure like the way that I see it. Like I think the best form of that would be the shooting that Kidd had that developed on later on, but Nash kind of already is the better shooter. But the up-tempo-ness that Steve Nash has, and like I said, if he develops into, because remember, Jason Kidd wasn't really like a combo, get into the lane, skip, like he was kind of like a line drive dribbler, get into his movement, either finish at the rim or pass out to whatever it was, and he will play make out of posting up as well. But to me, I think that's the best form that he would get. And like I said, you maximize the teammates around him. Like you guys said, those guys have they picked up Obi Toppin, they got Benedict Mathurin, they got Jerry Walker, they got Jalen Smith, they got Miles Turner. That team is looking like, if they just, in my opinion, is you gotta play fast. It's like same thing with Lonzo. LeVar said it best. Yo, if you play fast with my son, you guys are gonna look like superstars. And what happened? Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan look like superstars. Remember, DeMar DeRozan went for MVP considerations that year. It was insane just because of that energy, that passing innateness. Like, you know what I mean? Like and to me, like that's what I do. He reminds me of Lonzo, is that like just looking up ahead. You know what I mean? Just a little bit more, creative off the bounce. Lonzo got a little bit better. He was able to take more contact. I think he takes way better contact and he's a better finisher. But yeah, for sure. Tyrese, I think he's the truth, man. I see a lot. I think he could be good, man.
He definitely the truth. I get it. Well, when I look at Tyrese, that might look at me crazy, but I see a more modern day advanced John Stockton in a way. Like when I look at Tyrese, I think he's more of a facilitator more rather than a playmaker. Because if you look at a lot of his assists, it's kind of like he passed to a guy and they catch and go, or they like coming off a pick. He's a great passer. He puts it on the money. He doesn't turn the ball over a lot. He's a good facilitator, a good shooter. But like I said, like advanced in a way, like he's taller, he's longer. He'll get to the rim sometimes if he needs to. He'll create a shot better. but I look at him kind of in that role. Josh Stockton was a star in his time. I think Tyrese Halliburton is a star now, but that's kind of
I
how
can
I
see that too.
how I
Yeah,
view
I
Tyrese.
like it's not too far off. But a
Yeah.
better score than John Stockton.
Yeah, actually,
better
that's
score.
a fair assessment. That's
Yeah.
a
Yeah, for
very
sure.
fair
Yeah.
assessment.
And I can't speak too much on it, but I know John Stockton gets a ton of praise for his defense. So I mean, he's not on that level. As
Well,
far as
that's the
the
thing
defender.
about it. Like, so
Yeah.
I think the opportunities is gonna be there, right? Like, it's just I think it's the effort for him. Like you said, Drew, he could just put on some weight. Like Steph was able to put on some weight, so guys couldn't bump him out of position anymore, right? And I think he's gonna be able to use his length and his ranginess to kind of jump certain situations and take advantage of that, play the passing lanes, things of that nature. So I think, like you said, I don't think he's a negative right now. I think he just makes kind of like rookie mistakes on the defensive end because he wants to play so fast, and he's kind of like, he probably overshoots when he doesn't need to. But just I think once he's able to get some guys that I think it's a confidence thing, right? And your teammates and how you think the team is going to perform, right? And you may overexert yourself on defense or on offense to overcompensate when you think the team is not doing well. And I think he's in that mode of trying to figure out when to go, when not to go, things of that nature. And I think once he gets that down, as long and develop his, overall dribble and ball handling skills, I think he could be him, man. He could be him.
I think I remember this when he hit the game. He hit that game.
Yeah, they hit the game. Yep.
Yeah.
Boom. And like I said, like he kind of does have that Kevin Martin like jump shot release. Like when he runs around the court, like he kind of has that, that tempo about him.
See that block?
And like you said, he does kind of do these passes to those guys, but I don't know if you guys heard when he was talking about it on Podcast P. There's certain times where he's anticipating where the guy's supposed to be, right? And what he think is going to be a finishing play, they may turn it into a connecting play, right? Like for example, like when there's a pick and pop with Turner, he'll throw the live ball pass over his head to Turner. Turner won't pull the shot. So what happens that it will turn into like a dribble, and then he'll drive, and it looks like, oh, he just like he did like a lazy pass. It wasn't really that much of a play make. But the play was there to be had. Is just, are you able to finish it at the time that he thinks you're going to finish it? You know what I mean? So he's one of those. It's kind of like a quarterback, right? I'm expecting you at a certain spot. That's the play style that he plays. Like I'm expecting you at a certain spot, and you should be able to finish. Like, you know what I mean? Like he's trying to give you the easiest shots that you can get instead of like you trying to dribble and create for yourself. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So that's why.
Yeah, he's like he's a guy who's gonna hit you when you open instead of passing you open. You know, type guy. Yep. Yeah, I feel that. But yeah, Tyrese, he a beast. He definitely gonna.
Yeah. So he's Steve Nash meets Kevin Martin meets OJ Kid.
OJ Kid, yo. Listen, and it's not performing. That's the thing. Like I think a lot of times, especially with these, basketball discourse, right? I think what happens is that everybody tries to talk in finite and like caps and captions and things like that. And this is nuanced play style. And what we're referring to right now, look how we're watching film and we're able to kind of like be able to.
We're not talking about like these specific.
Right. We're able to paint a better brush and give you kind of an idea of the thought process instead of having these, when you say a name, you're going to hold me to that thing. Look at this production. Look at this. Da, 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 da. And I think this I gotcha moment and, cooking and all these things and content creation, I think it gets away.
It's more about like the style of play than it is the.
There we go.
Yeah, I think it, and no, I think it's just natural. We do player comps and see what we see in. I mean, look for things in these players to compare to what we saw before. But in reality, like all these players are unique in their own right. Like how you said how he's like Nash and an older J Kidd, and how I see like a updated version of
John
Stockton if he was taller and things like that. But yeah, in reality, like all these players unique, and it is fun to really watch them instead of trying to just hold them to a certain standard from a previous era or something like that. Like,
we not gonna act like we didn't see that move that he put on Tyler.
Hey, so I honestly think it was I seen that move, but I think it was a bit of a defensive communication because I think they
it was a miscommunication
back.
It looks crazy on camera.
He's It
As
looked
soon
really
as
bad
he-
because of the way he
I just
turned.
gotta go.
but-
I just got him as soon as she shot the step back though, and he.
Yo, Drew,
He tried
that
to play
film
it off.
session is gonna look intense. Like, yo, what happened over here, my boy? It's like,
On first glance, it looked insane. 'Cause I
right.
think he thought Lowry was going back,
Mhm. Yeah.
but
I
Whoa.
thought he
But
tried
I-
to play it off on that one too. Though.
Perfect timing.
But, hey,
Perfect
yeah.
timing.
maybe so, but man, Tyrese.
Hold on a second. Let me see this again. Yeah, see, I think
That's
it was
cold,
like
man.
it was definitely like some kind of
'Cause
miscommunication.
I think he saw Lowry tried to get, but I think Lowry thought that they were switching, and that gave him just enough time
Right.
Yeah.
to get it off.
He ain't passing it to no Nemhard because
Yeah.
Nemhard looking
Yeah.
with Nemhard and he ain't
It's a
passing.
dub. He said, no, in your face. Hold this. Yo,
Nah,
and his
I
jump
remember-
shot
I
is
remember-
so
I remember he-
disrespectful.
I remember he
It's such a
passed
disrespectful
he passed it to Nimhard when they against the Lakers, man. I
Yeah,
remember
yeah,
that
yeah,
game.
yeah. I remember that.
Yeah.
Well, I was
He couldn't
sick,
believe it.
bro.
He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it.
I
He
was
couldn't believe it.
beyond sick, bro.
Man,
And that's the thing, right?
Games
He's
is- I
gonna
remember
make those passes where he's gonna, believe in his guys, and it's kind of like you have to just get him the right personnel, guys that can hit shots, guys that can finish. That's the guys that's like you can do the Suns like on the East Coast, man. You could do the 2.0 Suns if you really like invest into it. I think you just got to invest into that style and trust his IQ. He's gonna make some mistakes, but it's there. It's not like he wants to be, a ball, like, you know what I mean? He doesn't hold on to the pill that much. He actually kind of overpasses sometimes and picks up the ball a little too much for me. But I think that he has a lot of potential, man. You just got to invest in the kid.
so I now that I hear like your full thought process on those players that you brought up, I kind of agree.
Mhm.
But I would say that as far as his potential, I think he's like very close to peak. I don't think he's going to get much better than what he is. I'm gonna be honest on that. I really don't. I think like he's gonna refine some of what he does, but I don't think he's gonna. I just don't see him becoming like a superstar level player or a perennial all-star even necessarily. I think that he is. I think that
could
he
be a
is
perennial all-star.
maybe. I think he's a star, but I don't know if I see him like that jumper is gonna. I think always be a set. I don't think it's going to be like a shot that he's going to be able to get off. Like when I'm thinking of Steve Nash, I'm thinking of somebody that's like was able to like dribble in the paint, mid range, circle around the hoop, come around the other side,
but
get that
Drew,
shot off in a variety of situations.
Just a counter, and that's where I think a lot of we kind of create this super Nash where we combine all the greatest aspect and like hyper extend the MVP years into like this 10-year span of just Steve Nash go crazy.
I don't do that. I don't do that Nash. I don't play that Nash stuff because Desto saw me do this. People be saying stuff like, "Oh, Nash was the best offensive player in the league from like 07 to like 04 to 07." Nah, like I don't play that. Nash was never the best offensive player in the league ever.
Okay.
That's straight cap. I don't buy that. I'm just talking about like his ability to get a shot off was a level above Tyrese Haliburton. I don't know if Tyrese Haliburton is going to be able to
actually get to that. Gotcha.
Yeah, like just the ability to like hit that get that pull off whenever he wanted, or circle around in the paint, come out to the mid range, hit that little turnaround fadeaway that he would hit.
Right.
Those type of things I don't really see him adding to his game unless he's able to change that shot.
Right.
And then I just don't see the defensive potential there either. I don't see him reaching like anything that's going to be substantial. That's going to be like that's going to separate him.
You don't think that him playing the passing lanes and being like that Iverson, you know what I mean? Like, but because the thing about it is, right, like his best attribute is his transition passing, right? Of being able to get up the court, things like that nature. So if he's able to kind of, just be more solid on the defensive end and just be, more film study is going to help, right? More experience, tricks of the trade as you develop that. And that's the thing about it. You can develop defense as a skill throughout the years. And especially if the coach can put you in right settings and things like that, and you'll be able to play off your teammates as well as, just having the effort. I think you're going to be able to, and, like you said, he's going to have to fill out, just get a little bit bigger like Steph did. Right. So that way guys can't bump you out of position. So that way you can still be solid within the game plan and don't gamble as much. Right. And then from there, when you do gamble, you still be able to use your length to retreat back, or still be able to tip the ball and get live ball steal, so that way you can be able to start the break and then be able to use your greatest asset, which is your transition passing. So I think there's still like I agree with you. I think that in terms of talent, he doesn't kind of like have a rising factor in terms of talent, but I think in terms of skill set, I think that can develop a lot, and that development can only just amplify his passing. Like him improving as a scorer and improving as a ball handler, which is things that he can improve. You know what I mean? It's not outside of the realm. And defense, I think, is only going to make you as a better player. You get what I mean?
Yeah. I kind of think like
it's one thing. Just one little nugget.
Sir.
Rick Carlisle coached the old Jason Kidd too, so
that's fair. That's fair.
That's funny. Yeah,
I just thought about that.
When I think of like this is not to say that he is anywhere comparable to this player in play style. I don't think they play anything alike for the most part. But to where I think he could become is in like what level I think he could reach as an impact player, or where he would rank in the league. I see him as like peak Kyle Lowry, right? Wow. I think at his best, he could be that level player. Like, I don't think that they obviously don't play nothing alike, but like as far as in like what I think he like the level of talent or where he could fall in the league as a player, I think he could be like that level. I don't see him, and Lowry made it like multiple All-Star teams. He was a very good guard. I think he even made like a couple All-NBAs, I believe.
If I'm saying
he was a key part to championship team.
Third All-NBA, if I'm mistaken. I
think he made a couple like third All-NBAs. So yeah, I that's where I see him like capping out at. If he takes it a step higher than that, I mean, like what are you projecting? Like, what do you think he's gonna be?
Okay,
versus what you think he can be. What do you think he will be?
Okay, that's a fair point. To me, I think he's going to be a scoring Rondo. That's what I think realistically he will be. So a blend between Kevin Martin off the ball, like he's going to be able to come off the ball, and then, but not to the same capability as Kevin Martin, right? I think he's just going to have those bursts where he have like a 43 game, like, you know what I mean? Like, but in terms of his most effective play style would definitely just be a scoring Rondo. More so on the Rondo side, more so of the facilitating things of that nature.
Okay. Let me ask you in a different way though. Okay. So like, what do you like? Give me an actual player, like level, like impact level, like he's gonna reach. Because scoring Rondo, we haven't really seen that exactly.
Okay. I get what you're saying, because that's more so.
Like, give me like the way I when I mentioned Lowry, I just mentioned Lowry as in like the level of talent or impact, like as a player. I don't mean as in like play style. I mean just as in like where you think he's going to be able. Where do you think he's going to fall? As in like this guy is going to be this level of player. Like, do you think he's going to be like a superstar? Like, is you projecting like that? Do you think he's
be? So to me, okay. So at his peak, I think he's going to be a all-star. I think he will be all-star, perennial all-star. I think he will. I think he'll make conversations in terms of top 5 point guards throughout the league. I think he'll have multiple years of that. I think it's just going to be preference in what you prefer. Like, what do you want your guys to score more? Do you guys facilitate more? Like, but I think he's going to be in that realm of top 5 point guards in the near future. I just think that, like you said, there is a lot of, it's kind of more high floor, low ceiling. But I think if he's able to, if you maximize the players around him, the ceiling increases, if that makes sense, right? I think the better players you put around him, the more his highs can be maximized, and whatever deficiencies he has, it'll be covered and compensated for, right? So you just put him in a better position, and I think his value goes up. I think if you waste his years, then in that point, Kyle Lowry, because you got to remember, Kyle Lowry kind of bounced around the league, and then the impact wasn't really felt until he went to a certain type of team that was able to substitute all the deficiencies that he had. Same thing like Tyrese Halliburton. I'm not saying he's bouncing around, but I think Indiana has invested into him, and if they invest the players around him to amplify his passing, I think that passing ability is going to overset a lot of the things that you think are limitations that he has. if that makes sense.
Okay.
I remember Kyle Lowry would play for Drew. You remember when Kyle Lowry was on the Houston
He
Rockets?
broke out here. His
He
first
broke
breakout
out here.
season was when I was
Yep.
2010, 11?
2011, 2010, because he broke out here first, and Toronto got him in the deal.
He used to play behind Aaron Brooks at first.
Yeah, Brooks got hurt, then he took his job, and then when Brooks came back from the injury, he never could get the job back.
Yep.
And then that's when we got Dragic. That's when Dragic was actually really cold with us that 1 year.
Yeah.
And then Dragic broke out, and then he got a deal to go back to Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
Before Aaron Brooks got hurt, that dude was around 18 points per game. That little dude was
He wasn't the same after he came back from the injury either.
Oregon, right? He was cold.
Yeah, he was. Hey, he was good when he wasn't hurt. He was 18 points and 20 points.
I think it was 2009 Rockets team.
Yeah,
man,
he was flying, yo. That
I have a nasty, realistic take on that, and Stefan knows what I think about that.
Yeah, I already know. I already
know.
Not for the
injuries.
I think it's.
We would have won the championship.
It's valid.
Wow.
I think it's valid. I think it's valid.
Hey, context. Look into the context. Look into the context of the 2009 Houston Rockets team.
Okay,
all right.
I'm walking with you. All right.
So T-Mac, he gets hurt. Early in the season. But before the season, we had added Ron Artest to that core, and we had a loaded defensive team. I think we were top 3.
We were top 3 defensively, at least.
Yeah, defensively.
Top
we were
5.
elite defensively.
Yep.
We had the best wing defense in the league, no doubt.
Shane
with Battier
Battier
and Ron Artest.
Yeah.
And Yao was an elite rim protector as well.
Yep.
Right. And we already had the primary scorer in T-Mac, who came off a really good season in 2008. We won that. We had that 22-game win streak. Yao was out most of the year. We made the playoffs. He had a very good season, but he couldn't get that knee. He couldn't keep that knee healthy, so he ended up having Arthur Scrapper knee surgery. He's out. But nonetheless, with Ron Artest taking in that role and Yao having more of a primary scoring leader option, we make the playoffs. We beat Portland in 6 games.
We beat Portland,
right? Yeah, that was when they had Brandon Roy and all them.
Mm-hmm. I know he's going to have some bad guys.
Second round, we get the Lakers, who of course were the NBA champions that year.
Oh my God!
Crazy.
The Lakers.
He was talking crazy. He was talking crazy.
Oh my!
Ron Artest was a menace in that series.
Yes. And so, he got ejected in one of those games.
He had the Rockets logo.
He had the Rockets.
But he was hooping. He was hooping in that series.
And
so he came out there and he was going in some of those games. He was going head to head with Kobe in some of those games. And we won game 1 in LA. Yao went crazy.
He broke his foot. He broke his foot in game 1. Yao broke his foot in game 1. I believe was it? I think it was early in the series. It was early in the series. I know it was early in the series.
No. He banged his knee, but they didn't think anything of it. They were just like he banged his knee in game 1. He limped off the court, went into the huddle, and went to the tunnel. And then they came back out in the tunnel, and he came back out and hit 3 straight big mid-range buckets. Right? Yep. We end up beating LA in game 1, stealing home court advantage. Right? Game 2, tight game down the stretch. Ron Artest loses cool. He starts arguing with Kobe because it should have been an offensive foul. They didn't call it. Kobe threw an elbow. Mm-hmm. Kobe threw an elbow and they didn't call it. And then when Kobe threw the elbow, then Artest, being Artest, he fouled him for real. As soon as he got the elbow and they didn't call it, he just straight up fouled him. And then the ref called the second one. And then after the ref called the second one, Ron Artest got mad. He's like, he didn't get the original call, so he starts talking shit.
They probably was scared when he yelled.
Kobe baited him with it. Kobe baited him big time. He got tossed.
Know how he get down.
And we basically lose the game right there because he gets tossed. It was like a tech, and then it was like a pivotal moment in the game. So we lose that game.
Shifted the momentum. In
game 3, come back to Houston. Yao goes down. That knee, he bangs that knee again, and he's out. And they said it's a stress fracture.
Yeah, I think it was his toe or something like that, yo.
Yeah, he's out for the whole playoffs. And we lose game 3. I remember freaking Jordan Farmar was hitting he was daggering us in game 3. Yeah. I was so pissed.
Breakout game for Jordan.
So he kills us in game 3 down the stretch. Game 4, we go crazy like
Mhm.
role players just hitting threes left and right. Shane Battier, Luis Scola was hitting his mid range.
Mhm.
Aaron Brooks had a monster performance, was
Aaron
cooking
Brooks,
Derek
boy.
Fisher.
Yeah.
And so game 4, we win. It's 2-2. Go back to LA. We get dusted in LA, right? It's not even close. We get I think we lose by 20.
Mhm.
Game 6, come back to Houston, and we bust their ass by 20 in Houston. It's like almost a repeat of game 4. With everybody going crazy with the role players.
Yeah.
Carl Landry. So
Carl Landry. That was his
yes.
breakout game. He
Yeah.
was going,
Yeah. And so it's 3-3 going back to LA, and then we just lose by 50 or something like that. And we end up playing we have Chuck A starting at center, and he gets destroyed by Paul Gasol and
Chuck Hayes was actually solid, defensively.
he was a good defender, but
no, but you know what it is? Here's the thing. Okay, I don't even want to say it because there's no disrespect to Chuck Hayes, but the fact that Houston had nothing but 6'8" power forward trying to play center, it was and he had no moves. They just wasn't doing.
Scola had some moves though.
No, Scola
had
Scola was nice. Scola was nice. Terrence Jones was he tried it and it didn't work out. The only person that kind of salvaged his career towards the end was Josh Smith. He was able to have a redemption game of 3.
I remember that.
Barrages.
That was
not
insane.
even. He had 3 games. He had 3 great games in that playoffs. That was 2015.
But that helped. That helped with that 3-1 comeback.
Yes,
for sure.
I'll give him this. I'm always gonna give Josh Smith credit for Game 6.
Yes,
at LA against the Clippers
him and
when he
Brewer,
had.
I believe. Was it Brewer?
Yes,
Brewer
Brewer and him man.
But you look at the players that we had on the floor at that time that we ran through. Harden was having a shit ball game at that time.
Mhm.
So we had Corey Brewer. The lineup was like this. It was Jason Terry. It was Corey Brewer. It was Josh Smith. Dwight Howard. It was one more person in that lineup. That's 4 in that lineup. So it was one more person. But that was our actually.
It was Terrence Jones. Yeah,
That was the 5 right there. That was in the game that made the full comeback with Harden on the bench. It was
the funniest comeback because we went from down. We were down 20.
We were down.
Then we went. It was a flip. It went from being blown out to we were blowing them out. And we were blowing them out with all these.
Doc Rivers is insane.
Hey, it got to the point. Hey, it got to the point at the end when we came back and started blowing them out. The Clippers even got scared to shoot the basketball at that point. It's like they spirit broke.
Yo, they didn't know what to do anymore.
They didn't know what to do. They
were so passive.
Yes,
bro,
it was are they trying to
different.
Just keep away, playing patty cake? Patty cake, keep away.
It's bro, I don't get Doc Rivers, and it's not like James Harden was the one that initiated the comeback, and he put the team on his back, something like that. You let Josh Smith
shoot you out
the rob you.
I haven't watched it in a minute. Now that we talk about it, I'm gonna see if I can pull it up real quick because I haven't watched it in so long.
You
I remember I was sitting at home.
You remember
that, man? I had to.
Drew, you remember after we won that game too? They were whooping our ass by 30 at home.
That game was late as hell.
Yeah, they were whooping our ass at 30 about the first 2. When we went to the Clippers, the first beginning of that series, we tied at 1-1. They were whooping our ass some first 2 home games. Then they gave away game 5. They gave away game 5 thinking they were gonna come home and blow us out. We flipped the switch on them so bad in that 3rd quarter and in that 4th quarter. They're just like their spirit kind of broke. They skipped spirit broke. They were no more good after that.
I knew somebody who worked at the Toyota Center at the time, and they was mad after game 6 because they thought the Rockets season was over, and they were like, "Oh, Dan have to go work Rockets games no more the rest of the season." But then after they came back game 6, they was mad. Then we won game 7, and then
that was
2015, right?
Yeah, it's 2015. I was watching the game.
2015.
I've never had that range of emotion watching a game ever.
Oh, yeah.
I had that with my home.
It was a roller coaster. It was a roller coaster.
Man, I was sitting there. I was on the phone with my friends. I was like, man, we gonna.
If you didn't have anxiety before, you developed it at that moment. That's when it was high. Talk about putting your heart in a roller coaster or a blender. It was insane.
I gotta play this shit right.
It wasn't good for people's mental psyche.
Crazy comeback.
Literally,
it was not good for people's psyche. This is unbelievable. You let Corey Brewer.
No,
Man, no.
no, because you should see my face. Every single time Josh Smith was about to pull a shot, I was like, "Oh my god,
Oh
what is he
my
doing?"
goodness,
And it was like,
that's crazy.
Bro, Josh
it
Smith
was
is
like
one of
every
those
time
guys
it's like
who-
we were
who
just
was
getting away, like we were stealing shit or something.
it was weird watching him play because you saw some of the talent, but then some of the shot selection and sometimes he was just inefficient, but he was very talented. I
In
remember
that
watching.
second half, every wide open shot he got, dude, he hit it, bro. I was like, God, lead it. You know he don't shoot he's not even near great at shooting threes, man. Every open shot he got, he hit that mud in the third and fourth quarter.
Oh my God, JJ Redick. Oh, you got it in like 50%, Drew.
Oh shit, you're right. Nah, hell no. This is going way too slow.
Look, James was not hitting nothing. That should have been a free layup.
Who's that? That's is that Pablo Prigioni?
Yeah, that's Pablo
Yeah.
Prigioni at that time.
So what's funny about this game, because I remember Harden, like the first half, he actually was hooping. He came
Right.
out in that third quarter and he missed
He
every
just
single
made a
shot.
dud. Yeah,
He had like
done.
20 something in the first half,
Right.
and we were actually I think like down by like 2 or 3 points. Third quarter comes out, and I don't think he hit a single shot in the third quarter. I think he was like 0 for 7 or something in the third quarter,
Right.
and they blow it open. They go up like they're up 17 right here with the
Now we started coming
127.
back. We started coming back at this point. This is
Yeah,
when we started actually coming back at this point.
Austin Rivers bricks.
The
Terrence
Prigioni,
Jones.
Terrence Jones,
Aaron
Dwight.
Jones coming up. Look. Huh. Give me
Wait,
that.
like the most
No
extra
way.
shit right
Look,
there.
no way.
They gave him a bailout right there.
Yo, what type of layup? Yo, what type of combinations is that?
Is that Trevor
man?
Ariza?
Holy smoke.
Who's that?
Yeah, I think that's the reason number one.
Yeah, that's
Pull.
the reason.
Butter.
That's-
Look, butter.
But then he came back and he pulled that one. All right,
Mhm.
then
Look at Cook.
That's a
Brewer-
hell of
Brewer.
a crossover, bro.
Slashing demon. Yo, a guy that knows how to 4-5 cut. That guy, yo,
Yeah,
he
you're right.
is a college
You're right.
system
Ariza,
player all the
boom.
way.
Yeah.
Okay,
He knows all the cuts.
not okay. 12-point game, 8 minutes left.
Reason.
Ariza
Hey, that's a
strip.
D.
Oh, it goes
Oh.
right to Brewer.
That's
Brewer.
Like that's just some lucky ass shit right there. It goes right to Brewer in the corner. Man,
Shout
Now
out
we-
to
now we back down
NBA
12.
We
NBA
back down
champion
12.
DeAndre Jordan.
And look, lay.
Lay up and a foul.
Hey,
one.
and one. No
And
way,
one.
Corey. Bro. At this point, look, and he barked on you. And you let him bark on you.
oh, steal.
They
Oh,
go,
Josh
go
Smith.
Money
He
Josh.
might have-
Look.
Oh, wait. You know what? I might as well
Yeah,
step
go
Oh
back.
yeah,
right
look,
here.
yeah, if they come out on
Step
it.
back right
You
here.
go up under the screen.
Butter.
I mean, and that's the right
Butter.
thing to do because Josh Smith's like he been asked all series.
Look,
he really was.
This
asked
was the
all series.
exact game when they gave Josh Smith
Hit another one.
like they made Josh Smith jump shot like amazing in 2K. This is the exact time. This is when
He
his
got
jump
his
shot was
takeover.
amazing
He
in
got
2K.
his.
He got his 2K takeover.
I don't know if y'all remember. I forgot what 2K it was when you get your grand badge.
Mhm. Oh yeah, he had it
You
locked
get your
in.
gra-
Yeah,
Oh,
locked
you get
look
your
at it. Look at
grand
the
badge, you
downhill.
make
Oh, look at the
everything.
pass.
Oh,
Tie game.
The playmaking.
Corey Brewer looking like Sean Marion out there.
Look,
Of course.
Wow. Look at Reggie Miller had ass. Look at this.
When he hit that shot and I was watching that shit live, man, I lost my shit, man.
Look,
Look
Jason
it.
Terry, scat. Look, easy midi. They're gonna give Jason Terry a midi? Why? You can't, bro. Look, Jamal
They
Crawford
love
said, yo, every time when they talk about this, it's like they talk like they can't even believe it. Like they were in the Matrix.
Give me
Like
that.
they didn't experience that. They was like, yo, I don't even know what happened. Like, I don't even know.
Another
Look,
one.
Look, another one.
With a hand in his face.
The way he shot, that was so disrespectful too. Like,
Yeah, with a hand in his face.
he don't even be shooting like that.
Look,
Right.
He don't even-
You don't even believe. Yo, you don't believe in this move. You don't even believe in this move like that.
Man.
Oh
That's
man.
insane. That's what's this right now? That's a 30-point turnaround. Almost.
Mhm.
Yeah.
He
Look,
missed that.
JJ wide open.
Now we
bread.
about to be out double digits on him.
Yo, I know JJ was losing his
Look at
mind.
it. Look at the score now. Like what the
Yeah, how did it flip like this? Look, another one. Swap,
JT.
another one. And he's talking crazy.
That's crazy, bro.
You know he's talking. Look at his shorts. His shorts is all the way down to his ankles. Look at him. He's talking
Chris
crazy
Paul.
too. Sorry, buddy.
That's the only shot they probably made at
That's it. Look, he can't believe it. Life flashing before his eyes.
yeah, in game 7, we bust their ass. Like,
This is when he
Yeah.
decided, yo, I might as well become a comedian.
It wasn't even a
This is
game.
exactly when Blake Griffin went into comedy, bro. He was like, "Yep, I'm gonna become a comedian, bro. I'm gonna go on the Eric Andre show, make a fool out of myself, because this ain't it no more. This ain't it. And then you,
Uh-uh.
oh my goodness, this is unbelievable. And at that time, I think Dwight wasn't even like he had problems with James Harden. Like there was like a lot of situations that was going
He was
wrong.
gone after this season.
Yeah.
No. It was a year after.
It was a year after.
You're right.
It was a year after.
You're right.
And we made the
You're
Western
right.
Conference Final. We ended up
15,
playing the
16.
Warriors. Yeah.
Y'all think
we ended up playing the
the
Warriors.
year after.
It was the year after.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
still
but-
were on good terms. This
Oh, they
season.
still? Or they were?
Yeah, they were on good terms this season. Like
Okay.
it was the next year they were.
Oh, okay. Bet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you
And
right,
that was
you
the
guys
year
are right.
like
My
Dwight
fault,
had-
Dante. I
No,
ain't
you
mean
good.
to-
You good.
I was
Right, let
trying
me
to
get
get
this
that.
shot here.
I think Drew accidentally left.
Oh, shit, he kicked himself out of that old shit. He packed himself up. But yeah, man, no, I think I agree with you guys. Like, hold on, let me ask you guys this. Actually, I got a question for you guys. Do you think that OKC is going to be a playoff team this year?
Wait, say that again.
Do you guys think that OKC is going to be a playoff team this year?
Hold on, give me just a second context. Because I think something happened to our stream.
Am I lagging?
No,
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 it's fine.
you good.
I took myself out. That's what.
No. Because I think they did that thing
Well-
to us again, Drew. I'm not sure why we wasn't doing nothing.
I think it was the
The
highlights.
highlights?
The highlights that y'all were showing. That's why they copyrighted it.
Wait, did they?
Yeah, because
It
the pictures, the highlight pictures. Yeah, that's why they did. That's what they copyrighted it.
Oh, that's
So
nasty.
yeah,
That's
Yeah.
nasty.
Bro,
Yeah,
from
right,
highlights.
yeah,
They did.
they be doing that.
Wait, the stream's still running though for me. Is it?
It's
not
still
running?
running.
Not on StreamYard it is, but
Yeah,
like,
Oh, hold up.
YouTube is clipped. Oh, YouTube is clipped.
YouTube.
Yeah.
It's like kind of like it don't count.
But you got it. But you got it live on stream on, so you can still record it and still be able to publish it on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't miss. You don't. Luckily it's still live, so we good. But it's cool.
let
Like
me-
you still gonna be able to.
No,
you
we're
gotta-
fine. Yeah, we're
Yeah.
fine. It's still live.
on look this how I look right now. But it got this part of it
Oh
right here.
shit! It probably was that last one.
It was too long. It's probably too long.
Possibly,
Yeah.
maybe.
We can't watch.
Oh
highlight
shit! Yeah,
YouTube?
because that was.
Nah, you can't.
Oh yeah,
yo,
because yeah,
You
I
gotta
think
watch
it's
after a
the other
certain time. Yeah, you gotta
uh,
watch after a certain time. Like
But that was like super old though, man. I
yeah,
don't know.
they
But it says it's still going though, isn't it? Let me see.
because it's on the StreamYard. Yeah, it's still on the StreamYard.
But on YouTube, I think it's still going now.
Oh no, yeah, we back. We back on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we back.
Word.
But
Alright, cool. Yeah, we back. It blocked us off a little bit, but we cool. They can't hold us down for long.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
But yeah, but no, I just start thinking about. I'm like they wouldn't. I mean, we'll see. It'll be fine because I've done that. Yeah, I've showed clips like that before.
Yeah.
No issue. It was only when I was showing. It was only the one time we showed a live game. That was when we,
okay.
but
But I
yeah,
think probably
I
streaming
forgot
is-
what were we watching that time.
it was
When,
Celtics and Hawks.
yeah.
It was the game that Trae Young hit that shot.
on Al
Yeah.
Horford. Yikes!
Yeah, the deep one. Yeah.
Yikes!
We were watching that live. We were like, let's watch like the last like quarter or last 5 minutes. It was like last 5 minutes, I think.
Mhm.
And then as we were watching that shit, it got taken down.
Yeah.
I
Man,
actually
that was a
do
good
got-
ass reaction though.
I do got a question. If y'all don't mind, in terms of for Trae Young, I think he's a very controversial point guard and player, but actually at that, what do you think is what do you think can maximize his potential, and then what do you think his potential is?
Okay, well, I'll go first. Trey, he's a guy who's been getting a lot of slander recently, but I think some people they don't value his availability and his consistency that he consistently like provides to the Hawks. I mean, he's one of the best playmakers in the league. Last year was a down year in terms of scoring efficiency, but he's normally like very efficient, very consistent, and he plays like almost every game, which is kind of a rarity for stars right now in the league. He is probably the worst defender in the league in terms of like starting guards, or players who play like high leverage moments.
High minutes, yep.
Yeah, and high minutes for sure. But I definitely think he's a top 5 point guard in the league. He's one of the best players in the league, period. I can see him being at his peak, maybe like a number 2 on a championship team. For my ideal situation for him to be in was maybe like with the Clippers or something like that. Because I think they've been missing a real point guard, a real facilitator, somebody who can play with Kawhi, play with PG, get Zubac shots, and he's a guy if you surround him with those great defenders or just a great defensive team, period. He won't be as much of a negative, and that's the ideal position I can see Trey being for his career. But I'm a little hard on him, but I do recognize his everything that he brings to the game. So I think some people saying Ja was better than him. I disagree. Some people were saying like
yeah, I disagree. I think Trey's better than Ja.
Yeah. Some people even saying like Jamal Murray, and I disagree with that too. Like even though Jamal Murray just had a great playoff run, and
I think Trey is still better than Jamal Murray.
Yeah, I still would probably say Trey over Jamal, but yeah,
I think Jamal is making a conversation though. Like I think he's like not making a conversation too much, but I think it just depends on how you're gonna build the team, because like you said, the defensive liability that he is. At least Jamal Murray isn't that much. I mean, Jamal Murray isn't like some defender, but I think you're taking more of a risk when you have Trey in your lineup compared to Jamal Murray.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think I look at him kind of like, I mean, he's not Luka. Don't get me wrong. Luka is a far superior player than Trey. Just his consistency, his playoff translation, everything like that. But if Luka was 6'2", he'll be Trae Young. If Trae Young was like 6'7", he'll be Luka. I look at it like that. They definitely offensive engines, like at their core. They need the ball in their hands to succeed. But Trey has consistently brought his teams to the playoffs. He showed up in some of those play-in games. He had a few. I mean, last year against Miami was bad for him, but against Boston, he had some really good games.
Right.
Especially that game that DeJounte Murray was suspended. But yeah, I kind of look at them like in that way. I know Luka's a top 5 player. Don't get me wrong, but if Luka was 6'2", he'll be Trae Young, and that's how I kind of look at it like that. Or I think you muted, Dante.
Oh yeah, man. Like I say, see, I'm starting to get a glimpse. People. So like, it was a question. I'm gonna answer this one first, but it was a question I kind of want to throw out there because it's kind of it's starting to get around a little bit. But other than that, I think just Trae Young needs to improve on his efficiency. He gets in a mode where he does take terrible shots at times. He can be a little bit more ball dominant, even though he does average. But he can get you like 11 or 10 assists. I just think the only thing, man, if he can just at least compete on the defensive side of the ball and stop taking so many crazy shots early in the shot clock or taking those half-court shots while they in a set offensive side of the ball, I think they will be fine. I think he will be fine. He's going to turn the ball over a lot because he has the ball in his hands so much, which is, I think, Murray at times need to be playing a point guard position at times because it takes a lot of load up off of Trae Young. But other than that, I just think efficiency needs to take better shots and needs to compete on the defensive end a little bit more harder. He may not be a great defender, but you can compete on the defensive end. Like Steph Curry ain't the best defender, but he's going to compete. He's going to compete on the defensive side of the ball. So Trae Young is very talented. But it starts with the shot selection and him being efficient from the field. I think that's the only thing. And I think once he started doing that, and you got Quentin Snyder there too as a head coach, I think that he can play a big role. With a full season, he can play a big role for the Atlanta Hawks.
That's what I wanted initially over Udoka before he signed with Atlanta.
Quentin Snyder, okay.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. But yeah, I just for Trae Young to me, I I don't think he, as far as his potential, I don't think he'll ever be able to be like the best player on a serious contender for a championship. Forget like even a championship team. I don't think he could be the best player on a serious contender. The 1 year they made the conference finals, let's be honest, like that was some fugazi. Like it was he had a great like run. He had some big playoff games, but there was a lot of like fortune in them even getting there.
Drew Hayden
was,
again.
I'm sorry, it's true. Like they beat the Knicks, it's the Knicks. I'm sorry.
That's a fair point. No. And this is the my fault. I don't want to cut you off because you're hitting the head on. That's what a lot of people. That's what a problem. What happens in basketball kind of discourse, right? What happens is a lot of people for the players that we do like and we have a little bias for, we kind of bloviate and cover those details that happen. All we just say is, yo, look at the success of the team, look at his production, and look what he was able to do. Nobody includes the competition that he went against, the circumstances to those teams that he went against, right? Where it should have been certain teams that he should have played. And then on top of that, too, the personnel. Let's not act like he didn't have Gallinari that was doing well. He didn't have Rondo. He didn't have Lou Will. He didn't have other players that was able to. Now, don't get me wrong. Trae Young was having hell of playoff series. But I think just throughout the year, he was able to be in a cocoon that was able to develop, right? And although he had some mistakes and turn over the ball, it was able, while he had other playmakers, he had other shooters, he had other things. So his scoring was kind of like a bonus. It wasn't although it was relied on, he was able to take more chances because he had other guys that can facilitate the offense to the other guys. You know what I mean? Rondo was able to connect to the other guys and let the play keep on running and kind of have Trae off the ball. I think to maximize him will be to have Trae on off the ball. Go ahead, Drew. My fault to cut you off.
No. You good. I mean, I don't understand like when they got DeJounte, how it was just weird to me that you would think that his assists would go down and that DeJounte's assists would go up because you get a point guard in to help make things easier for you to, do a little bit less playmaking and actually have some catch and shoots every once in a while. But instead, Trae Young had the most assists he's had in his career once they got DeJounte. It was like, oh, we got DeJounte now. Hey, Trae, dominate the ball more and actually do even more.
Counterintuitive, huh? Sounds counterintuitive. If you ask me,
his usage and like time of position was virtually the same.
Me, like my thought process, like when I first saw them do the move to get DeJounte, my thought process for what they were trying to do was like a lesser version of what the Rockets did when they got Chris Paul to join Harden. Mm-hmm. Because obviously neither one of those guys are on Harden and Chris Paul's level. But in theory, that worked out because that's what they actually did. Like Harden took a step back on the playmaking. Mm-hmm. Chris Paul had a larger playmaking load. They still both were high in assists, but Chris Paul had more assists, and
James Harden was more efficient.
Yeah, he was more efficient, and he had a boost in his scoring. That was his first year. He averaged over 30 points a game.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And he did have more catch and shoots. He wasn't like running off pin downs or anything crazy. He was just standing there and catching it.
Right.
But he was still doing it. We didn't even see them even attempt that. It was just like I still don't understand what they were doing. Now, Quinn Snyder, we'll see going forward this next season. That has to change. There's no way that like Trae Young should still be their primary leading scorer and leading them in assists. Because if that's the case, efficiency is probably not going to be looking that good.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he really needs to improve. He needs to show consistency in being efficient. Because if you go look at his year by year, every single year, his efficiency is like flipping a coin.
Mm-hmm.
It's like his rookie year, not efficient. Second year, efficient.
Mm-hmm.
Third year, not efficient. Fourth year, super efficient.
Mm-hmm.
And last year, not efficient at all, like very inefficient, right? So it's like literally every other year he goes from being inefficient to efficient. It doesn't make any sense. But a part of that is because of the shot. He relies on so many super deep pull-up threes, and if we were honest, he does not have it like that.
Right.
He does not have it like that.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know why he continues to.
He takes Curry type shots, but he's not.
But he's not even warmed up yet. That's the first. Listen, Drew, it's the first shot of the game. Pull what?
You're pulling up from 35 feet.
What are you doing? You didn't even warm your arm up yet, gang. But you just got in. Slow down, pimp. Get your legs.
The bad part about that is that he continues to shoot them, even though like the numbers say he should.
No matter what.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you got to give it to him because that shot he hit against Boston was tough, and that's a shot that he. I mean, he works on it. You can't say I can say he works on it now. Is
Oh
he
yeah, he wouldn't hit that shot
consistently
if
efficient?
he didn't play that way like all the time. But
And to
And
add
he-
on, by proxy, he has to kind of play in that way because he's smaller, right? But he's quick. So his advantage is to try to sell certain moves or sell blow-bys so that way he can get to his step back because he doesn't have a high arc, he doesn't have a high jumping shot. It's kind of like a push shot that he has a low set point on. So the thing is to get the shot off quick. And the further distances, that's what I kind of have to work on. I just have to work on my range and my depth, shooting versus me having to rely on shooting over guys. If I see the rim, I'm good. You know what I mean? I just have to just work on my core and just shoot further. Same thing like Dame. Dame has a low set point on his jump shot. And if you notice what happens is I actually the point that I saw was the comparison I saw with DeJounte Murray was kind of like a Dame and CJ thing, but a young CJ. So remember, CJ was was a real mid-range guy. Now Dame was a mid-range guy too. But remember, when they went against the Pelicans, you can't have two mid-range guys. So they was getting killed whenever. Then they would trap high. Dame wasn't able to shoot well enough. He wasn't able to get into the cracks, and that by then, the spacing on the floor, because they had kind of like semi-erratic shooting, it kind of wasn't beneficial for the driving lanes for either one of them. When you have 2 6'3" guys that's trying to get rim pressure and the shooting isn't adequate enough, then you're going to see that they're not going to be able to do anything, especially when you have Anthony Davis protecting the rim. You know what I mean? And you got Drew pestering you, Rondo pestering you.
Humiliated that series, but
right?
I remember that.
So what?
But I mean, if we being honest, they haven't even been anywhere as good as that.
Well, the thought concept was,
but
right,
I don't even mean like the play style though.
Yeah. So, but and just to say the point I was making was that, remember what was the thought process after that? Dame had to learn how to shoot further and improve his range, while CJ started to develop his 3-point jump shot. And if you notice, the further Dame started to shoot, the further CJ was able to start to shoot. And eventually, CJ was having three pull-up three-pointers. Remember, CJ wasn't doing pull-up three-pointers like that. He could do it occasionally, but now if you look at him in New Orleans Pelicans, he's taking pull-up threes like it's nothing. Like, CJ, stop. That's what gets me a little bit annoyed on New Orleans, because he takes these pull-up threes, and I'm like, yo, CJ, I know you developed it, but this is really not your bag. Stop doing that. Like, at the worst time, you got to relax. But yeah. But that was the point I thought. Originally, I thought Trey was going to kind of be that floor spacing guy. That way, DeJounte, and like you said, to your point, the James Harden thing was a great comparison. James Harden and CP3. Let CP3 work the mid-range and kind of facilitate the offense for everybody
CP3
else.
being, of course, DeJounte in this, and then Harden being Trey.
Yeah. That's a fair comparison as well. Agreed.
Yeah, I had a question that I kind of wanted to throw up to y'all. It is about Luka and Trey, though. Don't y'all, if I'm not mistaken, is it getting a sense that they're kind of hard to play with due to they so much ball dominant, due that they ball dominant a lot? Does it sometimes make it hard to play with them? We know Porzingis kind of wanted out because he wasn't getting his fair share of touches and stuff like that. Now Kyrie Irving, with Dallas, now he's another guy that needs the ball in his hands. Now Trae Young, go ahead.
I don't know if it's so much the case with Luka, but I think it's definitely the case with Trae.
Okay.
Especially because we've heard like a lot of talk and chatter about Trae Young from like teammates, supposedly like John Collins. I know that was a big thing. Like he had mentioned multiple times having issues with him, and so we know in the locker room there was the whole thing with Nate McMillan, a bunch of stuff in regards to Trae. So I think that's valid there. I don't know if so much with Luka, because I feel like Luka is actually, for the most part, like delivered with his play style, in how it's paid off for the most part. I don't know if you could really fault him too much, especially like the Porzingis thing. Like KP was also like very unreliable health wise,
right?
Like
that's
so could he really be that mad? Like
I think Luka's play. Sorry, Drew, but my fault, Drew. I think Luka's play style is more dependent on his trust in his teammates. I think if his teammates is maximized and he trusts them, you will see more of the playmaking, and less of that kind of ball dominance. But I think as you saw that the team started having this fluctuation, right? up and down roster, up and down personnel, up and down shooting, things of that nature. Roles weren't defined very well, and that's what you saw. Well, Luka say, "Oh, I could just do it myself." It's kind of like the way that Jokic kind of is like anti that, whereas like he will keep trusting his teammates. He will, instead of just say, "You know what, I'll just do it myself." I think Luka takes the approach of, "I'm gonna put so much pressure scoring. Eventually, you have to collapse. I'm going to force the collapse, no matter what, or I'm gonna give you guys 40." Like, you want the 40, or are you gonna collapse the defense? And I think that's the way he tries to play it.
Yeah, and to be fair on the Kyrie thing, like it's not like Kyrie wasn't also getting a ton of shots and hooping and playing efficient. Like they both were balling. I mean, individually.
Right.
The problem was,
defense.
defensively, they were just disgusting. That was holding. It was really the defense that was holding them back. And Kyrie, of course, he's not going to really help them there. He's going to be a detriment there. And we know Luka's not a good defender. But I don't think that his play style offensively was the issue. I think it's just they got to find a way to shore up the defense, get like a legit rim protector, get more wing guys that can defend. They got to like really build out that team to mitigate some of those weaknesses for both Kyrie and Luka. But as far as like them being able to play together, I don't think it should be an issue. Yeah, I think it's fine over there, really. As far as like offensive play style, I don't really. I think people blow it out of proportion to try and like pick at Luka because he's that's what happens. Like he's got that spotlight on him now. He's going to be he's looked at as one of those guys. So if he comes up short, doesn't make the playoffs, which I still think that's inexcusable. I don't care how bad the defense is. They should have made the playoffs. But they're going to pick at his game. They're going to look at like, that play style it's not popular with a lot of guys. We saw it with Harden back when he was with the Rockets. He had a similar, comments about his game as well. But he was kind of forcing that play style, just like Luka was in a lot of those seasons.
Yeah, and I got an actual. So if you ever want to know the actual truth of what happened between Chris Paul and James Harden, I actually know the actual truth because I got a Houston guy, a reporter. He be in the building like he covered the Texans, Rockets, Astros. So he actually be in the building. I was in a space with him. So I was
believe it, just so you know.
Huh? You say what?
I'm not gonna believe it, just so you know. But
I know, but I know you're not gonna believe. But I like I say, if you're on Twitter, I tell you, I let you can kind of follow him.
No. I believe that. Like I'm not believing the whatever he said. I'm saying.
Yeah. But like I believe because he's in the building with him, so he would know this. Like it wasn't Chris Paul asked for a trade. Chris Paul was the one that asked for the trade out of Houston, because James Harden couldn't stand with having the ball out of his hands. And when Chris Paul was running the point guard, he used to get everybody easy and open shots. And James Harden would just stand around the perimeter while Chris Paul has the ball. So Chris Paul went to Mike D'Antoni and said, "Hey man, I feel like we should get a little bit more ball movement within the offense instead of James Harden having the ball, installing the ball, and doing that dribble and stuff, and shooting the 3-point ball all the time." He said the offense is not moving its flow; it's just freezing up the offense and stuff right there. So that's part of that friction in that Utah series, what led to that loss in Golden State. So the actual trade, Chris Paul asked out of Houston. It wasn't James Harden going to the front office and asking, "Is either him or we?" It was Chris Paul asking out.
So two parts. I partly agree with you. I partly think if he said this, I think he's capping on part of this. So I think he's telling the truth on Chris Paul's complaints. 100%. Chris Paul did do that because all the reports back that as well. Chris Paul did that. But I don't believe Chris Paul actually went and demanded it to be traded because after the trade, he was blindsided. Like he did not think he was going to end up in OKC. Like I believe him. Like he actually was like, he was not happy. Like he went to he did go to like the front office and mention the whole thing about like changing like the style of play or whatever. Like that is very verified.
I remember like he said something like he talked to Daryl Morey and Daryl Morey said he wasn't going to trade him.
Daryl Morey said publicly that he wasn't going to trade him. Yeah. But and I still don't like him, our whack ass owner, Tony Fertitta, literally went on freaking Fox Sports. I remember he was there with like Chris Broussard and
Rob Parker, right?
Nick Wright. Nick Wright. They were and he said like they had him on their show or whatever. And he said on FS1 that like my front office, they were dragging their feet. They didn't want to make a move. So he said he forced Daryl Morey to make the trade for Westbrook. And Daryl Morey did not want to trade Chris Paul. He wanted to run it back with that team, but he made him do the trade.
Chris Paul, he took his kids up out of the school and everything prior to that. His kids was going to school down here, literally. And he took his kids up out of the school and everything. He took his kids. That's a true story. That's true and everything. He took his kids up out of the school and everything.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see Chris Paul being upset about, and I agree with you, Drew. I can see Chris Paul being upset about the way the system is ran, things of that nature, wanting James Harden, because even Kevin McHale was saying, yo, I want James Harden to move around. I don't want him to be on the top of the key. Like, everybody said that. Kobe said that.
Kevin McHale. You had me until you said Kevin McHale, because Kevin McHale, get him out of here. Get him out.
No.
But
he did. He was one of the first people that did say, like, yo, for him to be effective is to him to be, you know what I mean, dynamic off the ball. He did say. Kobe said the same thing.
No, but he said a lot. No, Kobe said some valid stuff, but Kevin McHale said a lot of stupid. Kevin McHale.
Well, yeah, he started going crazy. Like he was kind of going crazy, but the point is, at least I think he did identify a thing that James Harden was way better as more so, movement, cutting well out the ball. Like him in OKC was like one of the things that was so good about him was because he was playing off ball and he was playing on ball. So there was this dynamic of this real combo guard that you couldn't really put your hat on. That's what he gave San Antonio fits, because then he went into free throw merchant bag, like, you know what I mean, and he just dominated then and hit tough shots. So
the what really led to the downfall of the whole Chris Paul Harden thing was really Chris Paul's health, because the first season that they teamed up, he had injury issues, but when he was able to play, he was fine. Right? He was able to play, right, and he was very effective. He was still effective at like a superstar level.
Yeah.
And they were dominant, like both of them. They were beating everybody that first year.
I remember like when they were healthy, it was them two, and they had Capella in the lineup. They hardly lost.
They had a record where I think it was like they had like one loss with like all three.
It was crazy at one point, right?
Yeah, and so like they both were effective, like not just in playmaking for the team, but scoring for themselves in isolation. Right. Like if you go look at that year, Harden and Chris Paul were like, I think they were like top 10 in the league, both of them. Harden was like number one, but Chris Paul was up there too, like in the top 10 in isolation and like scoring efficiency in isolation. Like Chris Paul was killing dudes in ISO. It wasn't just Harden. He was ISOing on bigs. I remember like every time we played the Nuggets, he was cooking Jokic. Crazy. Like it was embarrassing.
Getting the switch on Jokic and going crazy on him, right?
Every single time.
I remember it was Harden's MVP. I think every MVP has like the MVP moment. You remember Harden dropped Wesley Johnson?
Of course.
Against the Clippers.
And waiting for him, looked at him, say, yo, you're not gonna.
He said,
really?
He looked at him. He was like,
I know we beat Cleveland by a combined. How many points we beat Cleveland that year by?
Oh, that was crazy. That was on live TV, bro.
That was the first time we played them. We beat them by almost 30. I think it might have been down to 30. We beat them by the first time we actually played them.
They were killing that first season. Then of course Chris Paul gets hurt in conference finals. We know what happens. I don't even want to talk about it. But he gets hurt in game. We lose the series. But the next year, he comes back. He's not the same Chris Paul.
Yeah.
He's not the Chris Paul that he was in 2018. And then in 2019,
the hamstring injury.
Yes, because of the hamstring. And that's when Chris Paul wanted to change the style of play.
Yeah.
It's when Chris Paul could no longer play the way he was playing the previous season. And so that he wanted us to go further away from ISO, but he missed so many games that year that we went 1,000% into ISO.
Yep.
And it was full ISO Harden. And Harden was averaging 36, dropping 40.
He carried us throughout that.
Yeah.
It felt like he had like a 50-point game almost.
He was constantly missing time. And so I know Harden, when Chris Paul comes back, he's like, wait, like you barely here. And I'm supposed to change my game back to try and like go more off ball when, right? Obviously that's when the issue started.
Yeah.
And then Chris Paul got hurt. Like I think he like missed like 20 games. Like I remember he got hurt came back, then he got hurt again. He missed like 20 games, and that was when we were like out of the playoffs. And
we were out of playoff hunt, and then that
So, like-
actual game. I want to bring that actual game. You remember the Laker game that he had? That's the game that we went on that we kind of got hot on.
Yeah, we won like 10 or 15 in a row. Something
Yeah,
crazy.
after that was the game that got started because James Harden was dunked all over Jamel McGee. He hit a 3-pointer in James Harden in LeBron James' face.
I remember that vividly because they was guarding Harden like.
Yeah, they put one hand behind him.
Because he would get the foul every time. Yeah.
I don't want to touch him. I don't want to do anything, bro.
Yeah.
Not foul him.
Because didn't he drop like 50 or something?
I think he did. I think he did.
I was at that game. Yeah, it was like me, my pops, my brothers. We went to that game and Harden dropped 50.
Yo, that is
Lonzo was hooping in that game too. Lonzo had a really good game because I want to say the Lakers were up.
Like, was he?
And then was
it that game? No. I don't know if it was that game.
It wasn't that game.
You talking about 2019, right?
Wasn't that 2019? Or am I tripping?
Because
right?
Lonzo was there yet?
No. I know what game you talking about, Drew. LeBron was hurt at that time though.
Oh, that was the second one. That was the second game.
That was the second game. The first game LeBron actually played.
Yeah,
the game you talking about, Drew. Lonzo got hurt that game.
Right.
He freaking broke his ankle or something in them BBB shoes.
Yeah, right.
No, seriously.
Kuzma was hooping. That's who it was. Kuzma was killing us in that game.
No, and Ingram too.
Now he's in a cesspool in Washington.
And if you watch that game, I don't want to pull it up because I don't want them to cut us off.
Yeah, I remember that game.
But that fourth quarter overtime, Ingram was going crazy. But yeah, Harden was going dumb too.
But that was we went on a crazy streak, and then Chris Paul came back, and then we still ended up having a good finish to the year, but we kept playing the same way. When Chris Paul came back, we didn't go back to the way we were playing in 2018.
Right.
We were like, okay, like Harden, this ISO thing is working. We gonna ride it out, and then also Chris Paul, in the playoffs, he just was physically not right. You could see the hamstring was bothering him the entire.
He couldn't make a mid-range jump shot no more.
He went from like struggling to he went from cooking like everybody in switches to getting locked up by Kevon Looney.
Right.
The entirety of that freaking playoff series against the
all those jump shots. He was struggling when he needed to shoot. Like he couldn't get the lift, couldn't get the bounce, couldn't get the quickness, couldn't get any burst. Like he would try to hezzy or use that fake post spin. It just clamp.
And so after that season, Morey wanted to bring him back because we still had 2 really good seasons and one where we had the best record in the league. So maybe he's gonna get rehab, get better from the hamstring injury, but. Once that trade happened with Paul George and Westbrook came on the market, Fertitta's like, oh, I can get 2 MVPs. And so he goes to Morey and he demands him to make the trade. And then Harden is fine with it because Russ is his boy. Right. And obviously Chris Paul hasn't been able to stay healthy.
Right.
So
might as well.
So he signs up on the trade as well. They make the move. And lo and behold, Chris Paul has a extremely healthy year, his first year in OKC. They make the playoffs, and guess
they almost beat the Rockets.
They almost beat us.
We traded Chris Paul for Westbrook. Literally isn't healthy in the playoff series, and we almost lose. We almost lose to the Thunder, who we traded Chris Paul to.
You couldn't even write a better script than that.
Hey, but the cold part about it, you know what hurt it the most? That dude, before the pandemic hit that year, that dude Russell Westbrook was playing like a man's amongst boys too. You remember that game?
He was balling.
The game versus Boston when it went in, that dude was crazy good.
Boston.
And that game against the Lakers.
It against the Lakers.
He dropped like 40.
I think.
Yeah. He had I think I was looking at it early. He had like 20 or 30 straight games of 20 plus points.
I remember that game against the Lakers because they kept giving him the mid-range shot and he kept hitting it every single time.
Bro, I remember
he really took off.
Yeah.
He hit AD with this one move, like AD was standing kind of in the paint, and Westbrook was at the 3-point line. Westbrook stepped up and did like a little hezzy, and then boom, he just shifted and went right to the rim. I was like, bro, this dude was crazy.
Yeah, that was Robert Covington first game back with the Rockets.
Yeah.
Actually, that was his first game.
It was right after
Robert Covington first.
Yeah.
He was hitting everything in that game. He was hitting actually everything in that game.
Rocco, wow, Rocco.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, they had to change their whole lineup style of play. Just and Harden was out, I believe, for a little bit, and then he came back. He was kind of rusty for a while, but Westbrook was Westbrook was killing at that time. I ain't gonna lie. He was
That's
a
a
beast.
fact. That's a fact.
Yeah. But then
But
I don't want to talk about that playoffs. Anyways, let's stop talking about this.
all right, we can go to our salute, man. Salute the cat. I'm not gonna say his name. But salute the casual, man. Always pulling up and supporting us. So we can get into our last topic. And me and Drew, we had like some back and forth over this.
Oh, snap,
And
I
I
forgot
want
all about this.
yeah.
Damn.
And I wanted to we got into a lot of things. But I want to know y'all definition of a super team. What do y'all consider a super
Let
team?
me say it off real quick just before because okay, so super team to me is very simple, and I'm just going by the definition that everybody uses. The definition that seems like when everybody's talking about this team, the super team, they always seem to go back to this. At least 3 stars that join together, and one of them has to be a superstar or what's viewed as a superstar, right? So it's the joining up of 3 stars. And when I say stars, you can say all NBA guys or perennial all stars, right? And one of the 3 has to be a superstar, and they join together in a way that's not organic. And by that, I mean, it cannot be that they got drafted to the same team. It needs to be that one of these guys that's joining to form these 3, it has to be at least one. It could be more than one. It could be like a three guys doing it. It could be 2 guys doing it. It has to be at least one. They join up through free agency or a trade. That's a super team. And I'm done.
All right.
Tell me I'm wrong, Destin.
Okay, you're not necessarily wrong.
No,
but the whole conversation of this came from, I asked him, did he think if Damian Lillard went to the Miami Heat, would that be a super team? And I said no. And I kind of modified my definition based off. I took some things from Drew, from Ticket, and I modified my definition. But I still don't think that team is a super team.
And so I will say this, Desto. You may have convinced me on this one. You may have made me change my mind about this specific team. I'm very iffy. It's like it's borderline for me now because I think Dame and Jimmy, I'm not doubting that. The Bam aspect is like that's what makes it borderline. Bam is a star, but like how long has he been a star? Like is he like really established in that as a star? I don't know. It's kind of iffy. Like he's definitely not a superstar. Obviously, is he a perennial all-star? I don't know if I would go that far. Like he's been like maybe 2 in a row.
Yeah, he's made his second one this year.
Yeah, so it's like it's iffy. So I think that one's borderline, but I want to lean towards yes. I feel like Bam is gonna probably continue down that role of being like a elite defender year in year out and solid offensive player, 20 and 10 guy. I want to say, I want to still say he's probably a super team, but I can be convinced. I can be convinced on that one.
Yeah. So for me, a super team, like if I look at like every super team that's like that we talk about in history, I'm gonna say the Miami Heat. I think that was a super team when they had Bron, Wade, Chris Bosh, the Celtics, the Golden State Warriors, of course. That's a super team. I think the Lakers in the 80s. I think that was a super team. The Celtics. I even think the 96 Bulls. I think that's a super team. For me, for a super team, it's having the star power, of course, having those 3 stars. But it's not about if you had to acquire them via trade or via free agency. If you have the stars, period, you're a super team. Like regardless, like I don't like
because the talent is playing technically. It's
because
not
they are on the team,
right?
Like the Lakers
had the disagreement.
The Lakers had 3 number 1 picks. They had Magic, Kareem, James Worthy, all on the same team. James Worthy was a star. Kareem was a star. Magic was a star. They were one of the best teams in NBA history. And also don't consider like if Miami got Dame, Bam, and Jimmy, I think that's a well constructed pecking order of players and roles that can be established, and that's a big three. A super team is a dominant because a team isn't three players. Like when I watched the Heat, yeah, they had Bron, Wade, and Bosh. They also had Shane Battier. They also had Mike Miller. They also had Ray Allen.
Right.
Like they also had Mario Chalmers. They won
Rashard
like
Lewis.
6. They won, yeah, Rashard Lewis. They won 66 games. They were dominant defensively. They had the MVP of the league. Like different things like that. Like arguably the best player in the league at the time. Like different things like that.
Just though, if you take one of those three guys off, is it a super team?
No.
Okay, so those three guys make it a super team. No
Yeah,
matter how good the role players are,
okay,
those
but
three guys all got to be on there, or it's not a super team, right?
Okay,
or would you consider any of these teams that are just like dynamic duos super teams? Because for your definition, so this is where we disagree. So I think when most people say super team, they're just talking about the talent, the collection of star talent,
Right.
and it being three guys on a team.
Mhm.
But for you, you think super team is in the level of the team, like how great they are as a team.
Yeah, I think it's
so
when I modify my definition, I think it's the star power along with the greatness. Because like you can have a like I mentioned to you I think like last week or something like that. Do you think that the Bucks are a super team, like with Giannis, Middleton, Drew Holiday?
I would say
like,
no. And
Yeah,
so
you would say no,
this
but
one,
yeah, you would say
and
no,
so-
but the Bucks, I believe, will be a better team than the Heat. A better team, not a collection of big three. Not a collection of having three players at the top. Not who's better at being top heavy. But the Bucks, they have rim protection. They have shooting. They have continuity.
I don't know. I don't think so now. Because now I'm like,
well, you talking about with Dame, they wouldn't be better than the Bucks.
I know. I think with Dame, they probably would be better than the Bucks. I don't know. I don't know if it's a. I mean, yeah, of course. Like this last playoff series, Giannis missed basically 3 games, so it's kind of iffy there. But they still like when he came back. Yeah, it took Jimmy going nuclear, and they lost the series.
Out his body.
Yeah, but like I can see Dame going crazy, and Jimmy just being Jimmy, not necessarily having to go nuclear, and them beating the Bucks now, especially after I saw like what he was able to do to Drew.
Yeah,
and I feel like it'd be a lot harder for them to defend them with Dame. I don't know. It'll be interesting.
Yeah,
but
and also like when the Lakers got Russell Westbrook, people were calling that a super team, and even if you thought Russell Westbrook was still a star, conflicting play styles, lack of roster construction led to that team not being good. So even if Westbrook was a star, I don't see how the team would have been super effective. I mean, AD and LeBron, they dominate the paint. Now they play different styles. Like LeBron will probably be on the ball. They bread and butter is like pick and roll. But you got Russell Westbrook on the court. How is he able to be a star? Like just his talent alone makes that a super team. What if the play styles conflict? Like, and they also had poor roster construction for about a year and a half until they made that trade last season. So that's like, I think people when they say super team, they only think about 3 players, and I look at it more as, okay, yeah, you have to have the talent, but the team aspect has to work for it to be a super team as well. And I don't care how you get the players. If they on there, that's a super team.
Yeah, I believe like when you look at that Miami Heat team when they had LeBron, Bosh, and Wade, you had literally 3 of the top 5 players at their position. At their position, Bosh was a top 5 player at his position with Toronto.
Disgusting, LeBron.
Hey, because you remember Bosh had a deal on the table with the Rockets.
Not even that. Not even that. Like actually, if you could take one, this is when if I want to go on the LeBron, the negative LeBron propaganda, you can take it one further, and it's not even a lie to say this. When LeBron joined the Heat and Dwayne Wade, he joined the second best player in the conference.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron was the best player in the conference. He joined the next best guy in the conference, Dwayne Wade.
Yeah.
Right.
If you look at it that way, then that's when it gets nasty. Because a lot of people don't look at it.
That's a nasty
context,
Ben. That's a nasty context.
Yeah,
Ben.
yeah. If you just look at it as in like most people say, the Heat weren't even good the year before he joined, which is true. Like they had a bad season, and they you could that's how people usually look at it when on the positive LeBron side, to be like like, oh, it wasn't like as bad as people claim because they were a bad team and they just all joined together and then they became great. But like he joined literally a dude that had already won a championship a couple years prior, 3 years prior, right? Mm-hmm. And then that dude that he joined was, I'm pretty sure, like we won't like who we say was better than Dwayne Wade.
It was literally that was the only competition.
You could probably make an argument for Dwight.
On the East.
Probably make an argument for Dwight at the
time. Talking about at his position or just players?
He's talking about just players. Because Dwight was
players. Oh yeah, Dwight.
Like, probably the best defender in the league.
That was what 2000.
Yeah, it was 2010. Yeah. But Dwight was like he made the finals and he was leading
10,
Orlando
11, right?
Yeah.
10-11 was when they played together. But like 2009, Dwight led his team to the finals. He won. He was like the best defender in the league for that stretch. You could probably make an argument, but I would probably say D Wade though.
Yeah. I still it's. I guess you could. Yeah, Dwight would be the next closest, but I would probably lean D Wade because that was the year. That was the year after D Wade had. That was 10-11. Their first year was 10-11, right? Yeah. And so that was what the Magic. Dwight was already kind of like he was still at his peak, I guess you could say.
He still was it's a weird thing to say. I know what you're trying to say, Drew. There was a point where it's like he's not the same Dwight. Like after losing that championship, it's like he was still productive.
Because 2009 they lost. That was the year they lost to the Lakers. Then 2010 they lost in the conference finals to the Celtics.
Right.
And then 2011 is when they I think they lost in like the second round. Oh my God, this man right here. They lost. Who they lose to? They lost to somebody that was not good. I think,
right. I forgot who they lost
to. Beat
but
them in 20.
I know it was was it? Hold on. I think I could. It was a team that just made the playoffs.
I'm tripping right now. Was it like the Hawks?
Yeah, it had to be the Hawks. I think it was the Hawks that beat. It
had to be.
It was a team. It was a team that just made it in the playoffs.
Yeah,
it was the Pacers. I think it was the Pacers.
Yeah, the Hawks beat them in 6.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was the year they revived Gilbert Arenas. That was like his last rebirth. Yeah.
Was VC there? VC was there?
Nah, he was gone after 2010. They lost with him in the conference finals. That was VC's last That was the last is VC gonna get a ring and change the narrative?
It was over for that baller. Yeah. I think he ended up going to Dallas after that. Yeah, it was over.
But it looked like Dwight was the only one that showed up in that series. Freaking Jameer Nelson shot 37%. Hito Turkoglu shot 20.
Oh yeah. They
29%.
The shooters was not.
That was when all those dudes started to look washed. All those dudes started to look washed around that time. Yeah.
Well, so that too, because since Dwight didn't really develop a post game, because remember he tried to work with Hakeem and it didn't really click like that. I think just the fact that the shooters couldn't shoot like that and they wasn't able to create the same rim pressure, and they had to rely more on Dwight trying to self-create in certain situations. It didn't allow him to be. I mean, he still was able to, be Dwight, but the effect wasn't as strong because the shooters weren't hitting at the same pace. You know what I mean? So I think the impact of Dwight was kind of the difference maker at that point. I don't think we looked at Dwight as a lesser of a player. I just think the impact that he was given at that point wasn't the same because everybody else wasn't playing at the level to maximize his, inefficiencies to self-create for himself.
But wait, what was the whole thing? Wait.
Oh yeah,
we talking about the super team.
Yeah.
I derailed that shit.
Oh yeah, fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. With the super team, I'm kind of in the. It's kind of it's a case by case, and I know it's a hard thing to say,
Yeah.
case by case.
Because
But
it's
I
no like
agree.
official definition. But
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody argues over this. Like,
Right. But I tend to say, like, for example, and I pose this question before I answer you guys' questions, just so I could get a gauge of what's the thought process. Would you consider San Antonio a super team, the 2014 one?
No. But see, so okay, this is my perfect counter. Desto, how are they not a super team, my man?
Right.
I agree, they're not a super team.
Okay.
But they're only not a super team because of my definition. How are they not a super team under
Because of your definition?
But wait, because of my modified definition.
Okay.
The star power.
Okay.
Was missing.
Okay. What do you mean? That's 3 stars. Ginobili was a star, Parker was a star, and Duncan was a superstar. Now they became stars at different times, but there was a period where they all were stars.
But I kind of look at them,
and you said it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're drafted. Like you said, it doesn't matter if they're drafted. I think they need to not be drafted to the same team.
Right.
But you think it's fine. So if it's
fine.
Well,
when I look at super teams, I look at it more like a lot of them have like close to you can make arguments like 2 superstars on like one team, like or like I don't know if Parker and Ginobili were bona fide stars either. Like they were great players, don't get me wrong, but they like perennial all-stars. Like I don't.
Okay, now you hating. See, now you hating.
I think if I'm not mistaken, they made a couple of all-stars.
Parker was definitely a star. Parker was definitely a star. Ginobili, I think he was like some years he was
fringe all-star.
Yes, because he was a 6th man. But
yes. So that's my thing. Like I don't know if they were just like bona fide. Now, great players played in a great system, played the right way. Don't get me wrong, but you also need that. Like when I look at like a super team, if that one superstar goes down, I look at it like maybe like y'all be all right, you know.
Oh, okay, fair point.
Like in that sense, like because you have another star or a superstar to step into the role kind of like of that player. Like if the Bulls lost Jordan, they were able to recover and
wait, what do you mean by like be all right though?
Like not win, of course, not like win it all or nothing, but y'all won't like fall off a cliff at least.
Yeah, they won't be championship contenders. That's
it won't self-sabotage the team.
Then that third guy can like step into a number 2 role.
But couldn't you say that for a team that's like a dynamic duo? Like they lose one of those guys, they have another main guy that can take over and lead that team, have them, make the playoffs or whatever. Couldn't you say the same thing with like Kobe and Shaq or whatever?
No, because okay, I see that number 2 guy stepping into the number 1, right. like efficiently, and that number 3 guy stepping into the number 2, like effectively, because like we just saw Bam as a number 2, we just saw Jimmy as a number 1. Now if they were to acquire Dame would probably be their number 1, at least offensively, on the team. Okay. But they're able to like kind of.
Okay. So in that scenario, let's say Jimmy gets hurt, misses like a chunk of the season. You don't think Dame could help them lead them to the playoffs, give them a solid seed? Maybe they make a second round or something without Jimmy. Possibly you couldn't see that happening.
I gotta see how the rest of the roster is. Like I gotta see how.
But how about just making the playoffs? You think you can see that happening, right? Like Jimmy misses like 25, 30 games, something like that. Dame leads them to the playoffs.
I think the roster will be good enough.
Maybe.
You know you can. Maybe. You know what I'm trying to say.
Maybe.
Yeah.
You know what I'm trying to say. So basically, it would basically be the same thing, right?
It'll be good enough. Maybe. They'll be good enough to make it.
Yeah. So why are they not a super team then?
Because I don't think they meet that talent requirement either. Yeah. I think that's a regular like like if you look at like teams in like NBA history, like they have a 1, they have a 2, they have a 3, and that's kind of how it goes. Like a lot of teams, like when you look at the Heat, they got 2 number 1s.
Mhm.
Like when they had D-Wade and Bron, the
They had
Warriors.
literally the top 3 players at their position, though. Like top 5 players at their position. LeBron was number 1 at his position. You can argue and say Dwayne Wade was number 1 at his position. Chris Bosh was probably no more than top 5 at his position.
Right.
If the Miami Heat get Damian Lillard is a top 5 point guard at his position, you will argue it. But can you argue Bam is a top 5 player at his position? He's no more than probably top 15 overall in the NBA, probably.
Right.
At least in the NBA. So Bam, to me, he's listed as a very good player. I think he's a very good player. I don't think he may be an all-star, but he's not a star on my level. He's a very good player. So Jimmy Butler, some people argue he's top 10. He's not even top. He's about in the 12-ish range. He's in the 12-ish range. But I say I don't consider Miami a super team. I don't really consider them as a super team because I didn't
even think about it, but like I think you could say all those guys are top 5 at the position.
Which one? You talking about for the Miami Heat? Like Damian Lillard, I know he's for sure is top 5 at his position at the point guard.
You could say all those guys are top 5 at the position.
Jimmy,
like Bam,
you could
Bam
make
a
the
center.
argument for Jimmy as top 5.
At his position, you can make the
Small
argument.
forward.
I'm not saying.
At his position. At his position.
At his position.
Who the best small forwards in the league right now?
I mean,
You got KD,
Kawhi, of course.
Kawhi.
Jason Tatum.
You still got LeBron at his position.
LeBron.
I mean, at this point,
May have to go
I'm
Jimmy.
not even gonna say it because that's us here. But
Wait, hold on. You think Jimmy better than LeBron?
I'm not saying he better. I'm not saying he better, but like, no.
No way, Drew. No way. You don't gotta do it. You don't have to do this.
I'm just saying, like this past season, I gotta open my eyes a little bit. I don't know, man. Like,
Bro, you gotta open your eyes to Jimmy, because bro, Jimmy.
The twilight is coming for LeBron.
Oh
man.
no,
The
for
twilight
sure.
is-
Nah,
and
for
like-
sure.
That's fair. Father time is clicking. He's tapping his shoes. But
Jimmy
he's still
definitely-
performing at a high level. You can't take away that.
Yo, he's 38 and still can take over the game when need to.
I don't think Jimmy was even like close to Bron in the regular season and in the playoffs.
No. You're right. He wasn't. But in the playoffs, it was like, man, the playoffs was crazy this year. I was talking, man. It's just it's
Jimmy had like he had that one dominant series, and after that he was like, he was real shaky.
Would y'all consider Jaylen Brown? Jaylen Brown, he played a small forward position.
Yeah, but I think
Okay.
Jimmy over him.
I got you.
But no, so how many of that? That was 4 ahead of him then, right? LeBron, Tatum, KD, Kawhi.
When he's on the court.
The Kawhi one's iffy because honestly, if you're being fair, you probably got to say Jimmy's over Kawhi right now, just because of the amount of games that he be missing and the
when healthy, you could definitely make the conversation at Kawhi.
Yeah, you can definitely go with Kawhi if he plays.
When healthy is Kawhi, but it's like, it's like, when is that? So it's like,
and also especially with Bam, right? The thing is with Bam, because of the inconsistency, right? Of course we can rely on him defensively, right? To have that motor and that impact, but offensively, for us to kind of be facetious and say that his offense is now, don't get me wrong, the playmaking is there, right?
Yeah.
I think the athleticism is there. It's just the consistency and the aggression doesn't move the needle enough for me to say that it's not like he's taking a step down in his game to kind of conform to the team. You sound like, how Chris Bosh kind of took a lesser role. To a certain extent, KG took a lesser offensive role, right? Ray Allen took a lesser offensive role. He used to be more on the ball in Seattle, and then he kind of went off the ball. So I think that's the thing where Bam has to kind of elevate to catch up with the other guys. You know what I mean? Like Bam had a great playoffs, right? But Jimmy still did better than him just because Jimmy, when he rose, it was higher. You get what I mean? And it was more impactful. So that's why I can't consider Miami.
What about Bam? What about Bam? Top 5 his position? I think so, right?
Who the top 5 centers? You got
He'll power forward, basically. He'll power forward. I think Bama Smith.
Oh,
He can play
power
center.
forward.
He
I
He
mean,
can
not
play
the
center, but by
original
virtue,
power
I think
forward.
he's best at power forward.
Yes, I think he's original power forward. They
So
just
he
have
plays
He's a
mostly
defensive
center,
Chris
though.
Webber to me. That's who he
Yeah.
reminds me of. A
he
defensive.
mostly plays center though, right?
Yeah, he plays
Okay,
center.
that's fair.
He
That's
plays
fair.
small ball center, but you can list. He's listed as a power. You can put him at his. I think his natural position is power forward. I think his actual natural position is power forward. They just play him
If
as.
you put him at either or, he probably still is top 5.
All right, so let go center. Let go center. Who you?
So if we label him as a center, we might have to label AD as a center because AD
Yep.
plays center too.
Yeah.
So you got
And then
you got
and then it gets
you
tricky,
got,
Drew. And then it
you got
gets tricky.
Embiid, you got Embiid, you got Jokic, you got
Right.
AD. Those definitely top 3. After that,
And
It's
I
not
don't give a
second.
damn. I have no respect for Karl Anthony Towns. So give me Bam over Cat. I'm sorry.
I'm with you 100%. No, I'm
not,
with you.
not gonna lie,
with you.
I'm coming around to that take. I'm coming around to that take.
Wait. Desto, you are on the other side of the fence? You on Cat side? Ain't no way.
I was, but I've came around because Cat, especially defensively, and the fact he just
Don't
he's just a big-
tell me
he-
you were swayed by the dumb shit he said during the offseason.
No, not that. I don't know.
He did
Over
say
the past
some-
like
he did
year and a
say some
half,
dumb shit, though.
Cat, like especially his, I don't know, some of his like his fouling.
Yep.
His defense is just I don't know. It's kind of making me sick to my stomach a bit.
Mhm.
I don't know,
Shot selection,
Yeah,
just
like
like
his. I don't know.
just lack of spatial awareness is
Plays
like,
so
whoa.
weak as a center, man.
Yeah, he a
Dude
big
is
softy.
So
Like,
weak.
okay, who
big
would
as
you rather
hell
have?
and just like-
Bam or Rudy Gobert?
I like Bam's game better. Bam is a better.
Wow.
2023
Bam is
right
a better
now,
player.
2023 going forward.
I think
Yeah.
Bam.
Yeah.
And we're
I
talking
think
like
he's a better
3-4
player.
years ago.
Yeah, before you would take Rudy Gobert. I'm pretty sure before he got a little bit older, you would take Rudy Gobert. But moving forward, like Drew said, definitely going with Bam.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Bam,
Bam.
much better offensive player, way more versatile defensively. Of course, the rim protection and stuff. Gobert's probably still better there. But
Yeah, Gobert's better for us protecting the rim, for us protecting.
yeah,
the
but
rim.
like, I
Bam
feel like his
versatile.
overall value is starting to decline a little bit, or we're not. I don't know if it's the same as it was necessarily a few years ago.
So would you consider the Suns team a super team then?
See, I would.
wait, the Suns team, yeah, the Beal, that's super team.
That's
Okay.
super
Yeah,
team.
that's
That's
super
super
team.
team. Yeah.
Super team.
Yeah, see, yeah.
And it's probably gonna be another one of the failed
Yep.
super teams.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's a super team
Okay.
Yeah, see, yeah,
because I think that I thought the Harden, Kyrie, KD one was also a super team.
But
Yes.
okay, let me ask y'all this because I asked you this. Would we call this team a super team? Let's say the Suns, like, let's say they sorry.
Mhm.
Are they a super team? Because they're not good.
Hold on. So how are they sorry?
Because they're not playing
So, like,
good
'cause
basketball.
to me,
the
I don't see
team, the second word in super team, the team is not good.
No.
So what makes them super? Like I told you this the other day. I was like, I said, you're not a superhero if you don't say nobody. You just a nigga with powers.
Hey, hold up. Hey, what was my counter though? My counter was fire, and you know.
I gotta find it. I don't know.
No, so he said, how are you a superhero if you don't save nobody? You just a nigga with powers. And I'm like, yeah, you may not be a hero, but you still are superhuman.
Yeah, but you
Right.
ain't,
But
you
still
ain't
super
saving
team.
nobody, so you
No,
not.
but you still super though.
Yeah.
You still super though. You don't gotta be but my point is you don't gotta be a hero to be
Right, to have the superpowers. That's fair.
So just call them a super. Don't call them
Just
a
call
super
them a
team.
super. Is crazy.
Don't call them a
No.
super team.
Superhuman is
No,
fair.
they superhuman.
Yeah,
Right? So they still a super
superhuman,
team. Right?
No,
That's fair.
I'll
Because
just call
we
them,
ain't debate you focus on the hero part.
I'll just call them a
The
big
hero, because what I'm saying is, so like then the hero in your thing, the hero would be like they won a championship. They
Yeah.
hero.
team. No,
Right.
not that.
Right?
It's like,
And so
you
for
don't
me-
just have to win a championship. You just have to be a good team, a threat like that. Because sometimes like like the super teams, like let's say like the Heat when they lost in versus Dallas, that was still a super team. They just choked at the
Gotcha.
like LeBron and them, they choked at the highest moment. But we saw their dominance displayed in the regular season and the playoffs. Now, if they just come out and they play 500 basketball, they terrible defensively, they not sharing the ball, like different things of that nature. They just a big three, they a super.
Yeah,
But
but the team,
I'll-
the talent is still there, right?
My
Right,
counter to this though. Okay, so I don't think that there's ever been a team that was consensus viewed as a super team that ended up being, and I mean, because anytime we talk about the team being a super team, it's always before they actually play.
Right.
Whenever somebody says, "Oh, this team is a super team," it's before they ever play a game.
Okay.
And also, have we ever had a team that was consensusly viewed as a super team that was a bad team? No.
Okay, do you
give me that team?
Because I remember they was calling that Lakers team when they got Nash
No.
and Dwight and them a super team. They was calling that a super
I
team.
don't think they was. Nash was out of his way up out of it.
They was calling super team because people. I guess
there was a lot of hype, but I don't think
Yeah.
There was hype. There was hype, Drew. Those
Nash
are-
was
There
broken
was hype.
down.
There was a
No,
lot of
no,
super
there was
team
hype.
question marks. It was like super
There was
team
hype.
question mark.
there was hype, but I don't think that they
No.
were viewed as like a clear super
Consensus,
team. It was, like,
right.
it was
Yeah.
more like a. It was like
Hypothetically,
It was kinda like
if
hope.
everybody
it
works
was
well,
hope. It was honestly a lot of hope because it was LA and there was hype, and it was like, oh, we got all these names.
yeah,
That was more like a
name value.
fake ass.
Yeah.
It was like a fake ass version of the 2004 Lakers.
Oh
they
yes,
did.
yes,
It was
right.
like
When they had Gary
Karl
Payton.
Malone,
Yeah.
Gary Payton, Kobe, and Shaq. That wasn't viewed as a super team either. That team made the finals,
Right.
right? But that team had a lot of hype, and
Yep.
everybody was like, because it was all these Hall of Fame guys joining up,
Right.
but they were, borderline washed, old as hell, like,
Right.
so nah, that's not, nah. I'm gonna say no. But also, even if we entertain that one and say, let's say that's a super team, this is gonna go into my only way that the super team can fail, and that's
Okay.
injuries. That's injuries. They fail as being a good team. And
Hmm.
guess what? That team had a
Look,
ton
they
of
had
injuries.
them. They had them on
Dwight couldn't stay
the whole
healthy.
cover
Hold
of
on.
the Sports Illustrated.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, I remember this. But this goes into my perfect counter to this. They had a lot of injuries though. So even
Right.
if let's say that they were a super team,
Right.
right? That's the only way I think that this Suns team is not going to be good. And here's the thing: I think that's very possible because
Right.
KD been hurt 3-4 years in a row, and Bradley Beal is not the most healthy dude. And every book has had its issues every once in a while. Like he's somewhat injury prone a little bit too. All three of those guys could miss 20 plus games next year, and I would not be surprised. And if that happens, yeah, they could struggle to make the playoffs. But that will just be an injury thing, and that doesn't mean that they were bad to me as a team. That just means that they,
They're a team that failed in terms of like expectations.
Yeah.
But
but they still were.
I say when I watched them, like, how can you watch a team win 72 games, have the best defense in the league, have the best coaching, the best player in the league, the best six man, and say that team isn't super?
No, that I agree.
Like that's not like
Yeah.
that's my thing. But I mean, I can't call you super.
I
if
think
you-
I think the Warriors,
And
that
goes
particular
all-
Warriors.
LeBron James. I knew
No. Here's the thing. I think that
it's a low
Golden
key
State Warriors-
LeBron
It's all
Jordan
LeBron
agenda
fault.
right here going on.
No. But to be fair though, I will say this, and I always say this about Steph Curry, and I don't take away anything from his winning, from anything, his impact or anything. But however, that team was able to have a lot of role players, and I think Desto was making a point that the contributing parts, like the stars, were able to maximize their star potential, right? The superstar and Steph was able to be superstar-ish, right? Have a few clunkers, but for the most part, be able to have superstar performances. And then from there, the bench was not only was a deep bench, but they also performed in the moments, right? Sean Livingston hitting his shots, Barbosa, the list goes on. Even they had Festus Ezeli hitting certain, having big plays and stuff like that, right? With the rebounding, things like that. Kevin Looney having presence and stuff like that. So Bogut being a defensive guy until he got injured, right? So they were able to have like, I mean, you can say super team, because I think Clay was argument. You could say that you could argue that he was a top 5 player at his position.
Yep, he
Draymond
he
would
was.
be the only kind of. It just depends on how you would rate Draymond as a power forward. You get what I'm saying?
Draymond was like the best, probably arguably like the best defender in the league at the
Right,
time.
right,
And he
right,
was
right.
like he was a beast on that end. Like they had
Right.
spacing, they had superior coaching.
Yeah.
Like they lost 9 games.
Right.
Like how wouldn't that be a super team?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I think we're missing the whole team aspect of it.
Yes, I'm with you.
This is
Destin.
where it goes back to. It just goes back to how.
Drew, you missing the whole team aspect of it.
No, I know what you're. No, Desto, I know what you're talking about, but this goes back to it's not viewed the same way. Like you're looking at the outcome and the performance. That's not how things are. That's whenever somebody's talking about super team, they're not looking at. It's a projection and it's looking at the talent that's accumulated.
Yeah.
Right. It's not about what actually judging the results and the performance and what actually happened. That's not how someone is viewed. Like I'm just talking about how the term is used. Now, for you, you're looking at it as in like a bad team, a mediocre team, an average team, a good team, a great team, a super team.
Yeah,
you're looking at it as like levels.
He's talent evaluating. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but that's not what people mean. They mean this is what I've said. Like usually when they say super team, they're just talking about, and I say this all the time. It's like a super team up. There needs to be a team.
The collection, right? How they acquire.
It's the collection of stars.
Yeah,
like,
there needs to be like
I get that. I get that definition too. Like I understand it too. Yeah, I get it, but
because the team, like the Bulls team you're talking about, that's beyond a super team. That's an all-time great team. Yeah. Right. I would just call that an all-time great team. Okay. But I think super team has nothing to do with your greatness. It's about the expectations of your talent.
I think that makes them an all-time great team is the fact that they were great and they won. Like I wouldn't call the 73-9 Warriors an all-time great team because they lost. They didn't complete the job. Like you wouldn't call no all-time great team has lost when you call them that.
I would say they're a great team. I would say they're a great team.
Yeah. Like the 01 Lakers, all-time great team.
Yeah, that's an all-time great
team. 96 Bulls, the
the
Lakers
Bulls,
team, teams like that. Yeah. That you call them all-time great team, but I'm not going to call the 2011 Heat an all-time great team. Even though D Wade was better in 2011 than he was in any other of those years with the Heat.
Mm-hmm. But you would still call them a great team, right?
Yeah, I think that was a great team.
Yeah, I agree. I would say they're a great team. Yeah, I say they're great.
It was a great super team.
Yes, it was a great super team. Yeah, but it was so I would say it's a great team. To get the all-time, you got to win the championship.
You got to win it. Yeah.
So then you would give that following year that would make them that all-time great super team.
Yeah. You got to add everything in there. 2013, an all-time great super team.
That's fair. That's a fair point.
Like the Warriors.
I think you guys actually made great points on the aspect of, like you said, the perception of how we viewing the super part and like accomplishment, productivity versus how they acquire them, and then the expectation beyond that, right? Like after they acquire them, let's say they get it through the trade or they get it through the free agency signing, the expectation. So like you guys said, they can be a super team, the talent, like the Suns, if they fail this year, they're still a super team because they acquired the talent. And now there's expectations for that talent, for, like you said, Desto, to at least compete for a championship. So if they fail, it is what it is. They still have the talent. It's just things didn't work out.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like a good analogy for like the super team thing. I'm saying, I'm thinking like this is not exactly the perfect analogy or whatever, but like it'd almost be like somebody saying like Wembanyama is a generational talent or generational prospect, right? But he might not actually become that, right? Or his career might not be that. His career might be a lot less than that, but he still was viewed as a generational talent prospect, something like that. Yeah. And so like it's like it's on paper honestly. Like super teams are basically on paper.
Yeah. Yep.
But great teams are on the court.
Right.
Like matter of fact, that's what super teams are. That's what I'm going with. Super teams are. Let me get that on shirt right. The super teams are on paper. Great teams are on the
very
court.
accurate. Very
Boom.
accurate.
There we go. What do you think?
I'm not
Did I
mad at
convince
that
you? I
definition.
convince you that stuff.
I'm not mad at that argument right there.
And it could be and also an all-time great super team was a super team on paper,
Paper
a
and
great
then
team on the
performed.
court
Right.
that performed on
Right.
that performed to the level they were looked at on paper.
Right. There we go.
And so that's an all-time great super team.
Okay, if we're gonna do that, we gotta have levels of super teams because like I think you still on that wagon of like Dame. If Dame was on the Heat, he'd be a super team. I think that's like a bottom of the barrel super team.
Yeah.
Like that's not that. Even if
I don't know if
win,
they're making like the 2K Classic team. I don't know.
like,
I don't know if they're making.
even if they
I don't know.
win, that wouldn't be an all-time great super team, bro. Like that wouldn't be no all-time great super team. That'd just be a
Would you be surprised if that team made the finals? Would you?
Oh, no.
Would you be surprised?
No.
Right? So like, if they
No.
made the finals, like you probably could argue they were a great team, right?
That's
I
fair.
mean,
That's a
depending
fair
on
point.
how. Let's say like they are like a number 1 seed or top 2 seed or something.
because the Heat just made the finals this year and they wasn't a great team. So no, I'm not gonna say that.
Okay. Majority of the time,
Finals
like
don't make you a
9
great
out of 10
team.
times. I mean, this is an anomaly. That the Heat, this whole Heat year, all this shit was an anomaly. They're like, this is not happening again.
He was
it's not
definitely in the
happening
mix for this one for sure. He was
Yeah,
definitely in
it's
the
not happening for some years. I think I'm gonna be surprised if we get like next year another
that was
play-in
a
8
bump.
seed.
That was a yeah.
Like that was a wild
Anomaly.
This was a wild season, man. Like I still can't.
I mean,
believe what we
well, we are trending towards the time where it's more parity, right? And we might get these
Yes.
situations where, like, between a 4 and an 8 seed, it's only half a game. You know what I mean? So we're gonna see these teams, right?
I will say that like maybe like we're gonna see it for sure coming up in the next like 4 to 5 years because a lot of like the old superstar guard is about to age out of the league. LeBron gonna be gone, KD, Curry, Harden, Dame, all these dudes about to be out of the league in like 4 or 5 years.
Mhm.
And it's gonna be it's gonna be a void of superstars and like established guys that are gonna be filled by a bunch of young guys that haven't really done it yet. And so we could see a lot of dudes potentially breaking through, upsetting. It's gonna be we about to see a void for the first time we've seen in like forever. Because I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't see anybody on this next tier that's on the level of the guys that are about to go out. I don't see any of those guys. Like as far
there
as
you
prime,
go with the hating again. There you go with the hating again.
See,
Hey,
I might
am I
have to,
wrong?
I might have to
Am
rock with
I
Desto
wrong?
on this one. You hey Andrew, you gotta wait and see.
Hey,
Don't
I'm
do
sorry. Am I? I mean, do y'all see anybody in this next batch? But I'm counting Luka, Tatum,
Yeah,
whoever
That.
else
You're counting.
them two
You're,
right
wait,
there.
wait. Is he discounting or counting? Are you
No,
discounting?
I'm
or
counting them. I'm counting them.
Then
Do you
Drew,
see those guys? I'm
Yes.
sorry.
them two
No,
right
clearly.
there.
I'm counting them. Do you
Right.
see them on the level of the peaks of the guys that are about to go out, like the primes
Yes.
and peaks of like
Yes.
of Curry, LeBron, KD,
Yes.
Harden. What?
Did you see Curry becoming Curry? No, I know you didn't. Don't say you did.
No.
Nobody
No.
saw Harden becoming this
No.
ISO demon and
Yes, no.
and all time
okay.
great scorer
like,
that he became either.
Hold on. I would say yes, but did I see it at a point in their career where the guys that are currently in the league have already passed? Yes. So I'm talking about like Tatum. What is he in, like his 6th year?
Mhm.
You're going into year 7 now.
Year 7.
Mhm.
Yeah. At this point in all those dudes' careers, the old guard that's leaving out, I saw them being what they were going to be at this point. I don't see that in Tatum. All right. And I know it's a guy. I like Tatum.
You saw
I don't see that in Tatum.
you saw Curry being this.
And
Yeah, that
Arguably.
was what 2016, 2015.
Oh, you talking about at that point in their career?
Yeah, year
Yeah.
6.
I'm
Okay.
talking about in the point in so the current crop of guys in the league.
Right.
I don't see any of those guys like that are going to be at the level of the guys that are about to
Trending
leave
from
at
that
their
time.
best.
I got
I don't
you.
see them trending to that. Right.
Okay, so
I think
let's
that-
see.
I think that the class that's going to be out of here, the class that's going to be washed and out the league, I don't think this next class is on their level. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, so okay, you're not including guys that's like year 10 plus or nothing like that. Like Giannis.
No, like
Jokic.
I'm not including Giannis. No, I'm talking about
Okay,
I'm talking about like the
Okay, let's say, did you think
because
Giannis
Giannis would be in that crop. Giannis would be in that crop. That's what I was saying.
did you see Giannis becoming this?
Hell no, I didn't see Giannis becoming this.
Did you see Jokic becoming this?
But the Jokic,
So-
hell no, I didn't see Jokic
So
becoming this.
give him some time.
No.
Give him some time.
But these
That's
guys,
what I'm saying. Because I think Tatum, if he increases his shot profile, becomes more efficient, he's already elite defensively.
Yep.
He gonna be a scoring champion. I can see it. I can see him being an MVP. I can see Luka being the offensive
my only
engine
issue
that
with,
he is.
I know you point to like the Giannis and the Jokic thing, and my
Yeah.
only issue with mentioning them is like those dudes are like they're one of one anomalies.
Right.
Like they're not
all
even
all these guys
Hold-
one of ones.
no,
Look
no,
at
no, no,
LeBron.
no, no,
Look at Curry.
No. Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah.
And I do not think that Tatum.
Well, you don't think
this
Luka
crop
one of
guys,
one?
I don't think they're one of one anomalies. Hold on. No, I think that they are variations of things we've seen before. We have never seen Giannis before. We have never seen Jokic before. Jokic doesn't exist anywhere else. It's just Jokic. Giannis had literally, and I told you this before, he had the greatest physical body transformation in NBA history. Ain't no player in NBA history went through the body transformation this man went through. Look at rookie Giannis and look at Giannis today. This
Completely
man
different person.
turned
He's
into
like
freaking like Terminator, right? Like his body just transformed and like he like gained like 50 pounds of muscle, grew 2 inches, became a freak. Like literally, like his body's just insane. All right. We never seen that before. Jokic is a playmaking point guard type center who handles the ball, is super efficient.
We saw prototypes of that, but now he took it to advanced
another
level.
level,
that
yeah,
we never
modified software, right?
Nah, like we've never seen anything close to like what
No,
he is.
he definitely like super
Yeah.
super advanced.
Yeah. Now,
Um,
like Tatum, we've seen superior versions of Tatum, right? He's like, I'm sorry, he's a mixed prototype of things we've seen better versions of. I'm sorry, right?
Yeah.
We've seen better versions of Luka. I'm sorry, and then we could say LeBron, we could say Harden. We've seen like this type of player before.
Yeah.
Mm.
But okay, but
That's
this my
I don't
thing.
know. Yeah. I gotta give pushback. Go ahead, Desto. My fault.
But
Oh,
this my
no,
thing.
hold on.
Especially-
Push that contest. No, go ahead.
It's not well. Let me respond real quick. Especially when you talk about Luka. Luka, he's definitely gonna be one of the ones. Like I think I can hear you when you say Tatum, but Luka, he definitely gonna be one of the ones. I mean, I'm not saying that he isn't that he's original, but I think his consistency and his how advanced he is that when he came into the league and he just finished year 5.
No.
And
So by
and-
one of those
and how-
ones, like,
and how he-
do I
how
think
he is-
Luka's a super? What define what you be like? I think like he's a superstar, all time. He's gonna be all time great. He's gonna be a Hall of Famer, all that. I don't think he's on the level of the guys that are even out. Like, 'cause I also-
But,
these are
but,
like
I mean,
transcendent
you can
players.
say
These
this,
are like
like you can kind of say the same thing about like Kobe, because he was like similar to MJ, but I don't think you would still categorize him as somebody who's
transcendent player.
not as good as the guys that we've seen before just because he wasn't better than Mike. He still was great, the best player in the league for maybe a season or two in his time. He was MVP. He's arguably a top 5, 10 player of all time.
No. I would say that if we're just talking about Kobe and Mike, but we're not talking about Kobe and Mike. We're talking about a whole crop of guys that Kobe also had with him: Duncan, KG, Dirk Nowitzki. There was like there's a whole group, a whole new class of superstars, right? And that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like even if we're just gonna say Luka, which I disagree with you on. I think Luka's gonna also still be a great, but I don't think he's gonna be the level of those guys. But let's say Luka is that one.
Yeah.
I don't see the other crop of guys. It's just Luka then, right?
You don't see it in
now.
Okay, would you?
I think we're waiting to see if that's going to happen. It may happen.
Yeah.
It may not. It could be one of those times in the league where it's like a lack of that class of talent, and it could just be like we're gonna see who's gonna
What,
maybe.
what do you classify Embiid as? Or in what class? Like, is he with? I mean, I know he missed some years, missed some seasons. He kind of like
Embiid one's
debuted.
tough, but you already know after this last year, I'm down on Embiid now because he's shown every single year he gets hurt, so it's like it's a hard thing to place him.
think
yeah, I just
the fact that these dudes just still young, they still got like different ways to improve their game. Like I don't know, I'm not ruling the thing out.
Okay, that's
we've seen some of these things evolve.
Like, okay, let's see.
Wembanyama, possibly.
LeBron, 2008. You knew LeBron. He like all-time great. He gonna be it,
Bro,
right?
Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
2008.
I can say the same about Luka. I know Luka gonna be an all-time great.
Yeah,
I mean, like
that's why I gotta disagree, Drew.
But like,
I'm gonna say this. I didn't think because a big thing when we
but
talk
to the
about
but like anywhere, do you think he's gonna be close to the level of LeBron? Like you think he's gonna be anywhere close to that level?
This is the thing. I didn't know
he's gonna be like a top.
I didn't know Braun was gonna be
15?
this though. Like the level of longevity that he just because you talking about 2008. That's 15 years ago.
Okay, no.
He's still in the league.
No, I'm okay.
I didn't see that.
That's different. That's different. I'm not talking about the longevity. I'm just talking about his peak level of ability, like his how great he can be as a player.
So no.
All right, stop. All right. You know what? Okay, forget that. I just mean like but you knew how great he could be. You could envision him the levels that he could reach at that point, right? Probably by then, I think you could. Yeah. Like he'd already made the finals the first time. He already had that great playoff, whatever. Okay.
You basically just said Tatum.
Would you say by and I know he's not on the level of LeBron. I'm not trying to say that, but like KD, let's just say KD. All right, 2000, 5 years in, that was 2014? No, I'm tripping. That was like 2012.
12.
Right?
Yep.
2012. Had that finals run. Already led the league in scoring. You could probably envision what he has been to this point. I'm pretty sure, right? By then. Like he pretty much everything we're seeing from him now is things that he already showed then. We're just seeing it like, we've seen it at a different level, but or in the playoffs or whatever. But okay. Curry, he won a championship at that point in his career.
But he became even better
later on.
He became even like personally, I think Curry reached his peak not this because I know everybody points to that 2016.
You could say 2016,
but I really think he his physical peak, his mental
later
peak.
on. Yeah, I'm with you. That's I already know what you're about to say.
If you wouldn't go back to 21 or even last year in 22 in the finals, like when they couldn't like he's strong. You can't push him around no more. You can't get him you can't make him
taking whatever shot he
make
felt
him uncomfortable like you used to
Well, like okay,
let's say he was drafted in 2009. So you just never know. What if Luka slim up? What if Luka become a good defensively?
No, that's
what if Jason Tatum becomes lethal from mid range and three?
Right.
What if he consistent
post work?
Like, I mean, bro, you just never know.
I think even if he becomes
with the evolution of the game, you just never know how these things can play out. So I need you to stop hating.
But I think even if he gains that, I still don't think he's on the level of those guys. I think even if Luka becomes, and let's keep it a buck, Luka's never going to be like an elite level defender. At best, he could be average, serviceable. Serviceable. And if he is that, he's still not on the level of those guys. I'm sorry. Right. Well, Curry making the jump from 2016 to like be, it was like we're talking about small things. Like he showed what he was able to do in 2016, like his ability. Like he showed like the monster performances that he had, the ability to take over games. His efficiency was shown year after year after year. Right? He just increased his volume and he became, tougher, you could say. But those were more like small things. Like it wasn't like his talent or game didn't really like show us anything new in the last like 5-7 years, whatever it was.
I disagree. I think his skill definitely, as well as his
What about his skill? Do you think is like
has improved? I think his ball handling is a little bit all right. So
You
hear
don't
me
think he
out.
was
hear
a
me out.
great ball handler like in
No,
2016
he
or
was,
even
he was. But
2015?
however, there's a different style in his ball handling, right? I think he was more reactive and more quicker to shooting the ball instead of absorb. Like for example, when he gets trapped, he would, kind of try to dribble out of it into a jump shot. I think now sometimes with his body size, he's able to absorb contact. He could take a double a little bit more. He has a little bit more of attacking dribbles compared to having just reactive and kind of dribbling to space create. Now, don't get me wrong. Steph still loves step backs and he loves to space create with his dribble cadence. However, he does have attacking dribble cadences now that I think improved as he got stronger. He didn't have to rely on having to be more so like he can just take you on his hip and just try to get you to the rim. You know what I mean? And hit you with two moves and get to the rim compared to having to have to combo up and step back into a jump shot, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong. He was using more
That's part of the
dribbles.
reason why they needed KD, because they needed somebody who can consistently create like shots when the defense takes away what you
Right.
do best, like
Yep.
like offensively. But now that
But what does-
when
what-
he got
what
a
you-
lot better, that kind of eliminated
The need for KD, right?
not even because I don't think they needed KD, but they needed another
also,
scorer.
also the opposition got easier as well. Let's keep it a buck too.
Okay, yeah, true.
You don't need KD when
You don't need KD. You just need somebody to help Curry, to somebody
Shot
just
create.
to get a bucket. You just need
Yeah, shot create. That's why
somebody
Andrew
to-
Wiggins was
to shot
essential
create.
because he was able to secondary shot creator. Right.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
get a
but
bucket.
the stuff that you
didn't need.
the stuff that you
KD.
described about
Yeah, boy.
but context, the stuff that you described about Curry, I would still say that's marginal improvement, right? Like you don't think that you couldn't have envisioned him making those improvements to his dribbling in 2015 or
Oh
2016.
yeah. Okay, I get
Sure
you. I get you. So, but okay. So, so you kind of I get your point, and it's probably
I
just
mean, their
a
talent
perspective
level,
thing.
their ability, like you see, like
Taking a big stride. I got you. There we go. Okay.
yeah.
We're on the
Like
same
I'm seeing,
page.
like I'm basically everything I'm seeing in KD. By this point, I saw it.
You already
at that
knew.
point in
You
his
already.
career.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I could see it happening.
But
Even Harden, by
does that mean that they wouldn't meet the expectations of the previous destination because not destination, the previous what you said, the previous generation, because they so polished now? They just so good now? Is that why?
No. I just think that these guys are just not as good. That's what it is. I think they're not as good.
I don't know.
I'm just being honest.
Agree.
Like,
I think
I think
the things that you consider marginal, and I'm my fault. I want to see what Coach had to say. But the things that you deem as marginal, I think make a vast impact on how we view Steph, because the performances in Steph's body type, right? Him having injuries, right? Him getting bigger and stronger. What that did was, his improvement in his conditioning, it allowed him to produce more. So those minute details have a large impact in the overall progression. So I get what you're saying. Like from a technical aspect, it may be more so refining. So I agree with you in that aspect, but that refining in that aspect just increases tenfold in impact. So now that you're bigger and stronger, you don't need to be so retreative with your dribbling or reactive to your dribbling. Now you can dictate a little bit more. So now your shot creation, although it's kind of like more of a minute thing that you see from a eye test in terms of like frequency, volume, efficiency, things of that nature, just the impact, because your threat now amplifies, right? And what is Steph is not only the shooting and those little minute details, is the threat of it as well, the gravity that he creates with it. So those small increments add even more gravity. You know what I mean?
okay, I see what you're saying. But yeah, I still don't think
you just hating on the next generation.
I'm sorry. No, I mean, you know what I'm saying. Like, let's be honest.
No, I get what you mean. I think go ahead.
Do you see any of these guys? Okay, like we can have the Luka debate, whatever. Right. Do you see any of these guys? Let's throw Luka to the side. I don't think he's going to be a top 10 player or top 15 player. We'll see. Maybe he will, right? But do you see any of those other guys, like you could projecting and looking at them right now and be like, damn, this guy's going to be in the conversation for like top 10, top 15, top 20 all time? I don't see that. Do you guys see that in any of these guys? No, right?
I
The
think
only guys I would say is like maybe Giannis, but I'm not counting Giannis because I feel like I kind of put him as a part of that, like that past generation, even though he is, still in his prime or peak or whatever. But like I think in 5 years he's gonna be looking washed pretty like how old is Giannis right now? He's like 27, 28.
This
Giannis
guy right
is-
here, Drew.
that better not be Tatum. I'm not even looking at that right now. Yeah, Giannis is
It's Tatum.
I'm just guessing it's Tatum. Yeah, Giannis is 28. So yeah, like he's gonna be. I mean, he'll still be probably in his prime, but starting to decline, right? Yeah, I'm looking at like the next group, and I'm seeing like.
So you do you think Tatum could ever in his career be better than KD?
Nah, I don't. I'll be honest. I really don't.
Let's wrap this up, man. Let's wrap this up.
I don't think he's on that level. Now, here's the thing: could he win a championship as the best player on his team? I think that's possible. I could see that possibly happening. Does that mean I think he's going to be better than KD? No, because I think he could do that.
Not that, but I think I would say Tatum right now, he's a better defender than KD is. Like even at KD probably at his best. I think KD's best was a good defender.
No, I agree with that. Yeah.
So let's say Tatum polishes off his scoring, he becomes very efficient and consistent. Then what? Could you see that with his scoring?
I think even if he becomes very inefficient, like I'm being realistic. So even if he becomes,
but I think that's realistic.
No, I'm saying even if he becomes very efficient and consistent, I don't think it's going to be the level of efficiency that KD had.
But
I think best case scenario is like
not as a scorer will he be better than KD, but that will make him better.
No, but I think the level. I think that's what makes that's what puts KD above him so much for me. Is KD at his best was a good defender and like a super elite efficient scorer, right?
Okay, what if but like you said, if he wins the championship as the best player, what if it translate to the playoffs without him being next to a guy like Steph Curry or something like that? Then what we talking about?
Well, that's where context matters. All right? And so we're gonna look at the context of who is he beating in these series? How good is his team? What's his number 2? What's his roster looking like? Because I'm sorry, if we're being honest, he just lost a series where he had
he broke his ankle, Drew. He broke his ankle.
All right, but it should not have won 7 games because he had the vastly superior roster. He had almost everything in their advantage, like except for coaching.
Yeah,
right. And he lost the series. And I know Game 7 he got hurt, so that
I get it. I actually think he was the best player in that series. Honestly, though, like even though they lost, Jimmy was very sus in that series. Jimmy was very sus. Martin stepped up greatly, but
and I'll be honest as well. I think if Pete KD was in that series on the Celtics in Tatum's role, I think they beat. It's not even an issue. They take it. Yes.
Drew, you said yourself how much KD needed a guy like Russell Westbrook to help alleviate ball handling and playmaking and things from him. Imagine him next to Jaylen Brown.
Slow down. Because as you know, I did say some of that, but there was a lot of negatives also I said about the Westbrook thing too. So
yeah, but
there are negatives that he would not have that would not be the things that we have to deal with on the Celtics team. And also the Celtics team was an elite defensive team, and Marcus Smart, although obviously not a great playmaker, still a pretty solid playmaker. And yeah, I think
possibly
KD on that team.
I can see it.
I don't see KD having peak KD. I mean, because I just don't see him having these games. Or Tatum was like starting 0 for 8, 0 for 10, 0 for 9, and then like what I'm talking about.
Yeah. It
and
happens.
then like
falls in love too much with the 3 ball.
I know,
for sure.
I know.
Yeah.
But I mean,
like because
Okay, I see
PKD's always been a good. I mean, at least
I
since
see
his
it.
second year in the league, he's always been a good mid-range shooter,
Yeah.
right?
No,
And
I see it.
he's
I
like
see it now.
stupid elite. And
I see
then
it.
that's the big weakness in Tatum's game is he for his career he has been below average in the mid-range,
Yeah.
but he does have games where he be cooking and he looks elite.
Yeah.
But that's his thing. Like he has to improve there, and also he takes a lot of threes. He takes a lot of
pull-up threes and
pull-up threes, and he's not good at that
Sidestep,
either.
them sidestep threes. Jesus Christ.
This is actually
I
funny
see
because I think Harden actually had an influence on him because he I swear he is a part of the
he
group.
plays this analytical basketball. I hate it, bro.
Yeah, he's a part of the group of dudes that like started like doing the step back three after Harden. Like I feel like Luka, Tatum, Book, all these dudes like started
Book.
OD doing the step back three.
Maxey
after
definitely
Harden
does that
started
too.
doing it.
Them step back, he loves the step back three.
So yeah,
Bron start doing them a lot more.
Yeah.
Kyrie Irving did it in the finals. On the game winner, he did the sidestep three.
Mm-hmm. Especially
honestly,
against that San Antonio game too. That's
honestly, that's gonna be Harden's legacy. It's not a championship. It's gonna be the freaking step back three.
Yeah,
I swear. After that fool started doing the step back three, like the way he started doing it to the degree, like it basically became like an ISO move.
Yep.
Like a go-to ISO move. Yep. That was never a thing before Harden started doing that.
Yep.
Dudes were not ISO into the 3-point line.
Always to get into that step back.
Yep. Tween step backs. Nobody was doing that until Harden started doing
Kyrie's was more kind of like a pull-up.
Yeah.
So.
It was like a it was like a pull-up. I think like
or it'll be like a hard snatch. It would be like a hard snatch into a step back or a side, like a little side kind of based off the snatch.
That's really like his now I think about it.
Yeah. That's a fair point.
Yeah, man. Well, man,
this is the longest stream we ever did, man. What the hell?
Yeah, now this is the longest episode, but this is probably the most fun episode. We got through a lot of topics, analyzed a lot, man. I appreciate both of y'all pulling up.
Yes, sir.
Context, man. It's always having y'all on the show, man. I hope y'all come back. Y'all got anything else to say before we wrap it up?
Hey man, just hit me up anytime, man. You just hit me up, man. I'm one DM away, man. You can hit me up. I'll come back. Definitely come back on, man. Y'all keep up the good work and context, man. I definitely respect you, man. Definitely respect you. Y'all be going wild on PC over there, man. Y'all I respect content so much, man. I respect all y'all, man. I respect all them boys over there as well, man. Y'all be going through it over there.
Hold on, random basketball question. This is gonna show out how long y'all been watching basketball. Dessa, don't say nothing if you already know. Who is this shooting? Who's the? See if I can get closer.
I don't think nobody. We can't see that.
You can't see. Or you can see. Hold on, I can't see the.
No, whose release is that?
I'm
not sure you head.
That looks like.
Can I give him a hint? He don't pass.
He don't pass. He don't pass.
He don't. Who he played for? Actually,
I can't say that.
Oh no. That's gonna
be too easy. It'll be too easy. What conference? What conference?
Okay, no, mid 2000s, early to mid 2000s.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Is it Peja?
Peja? Stojakovic.
Yup.
Yeah. That over the head.
Yup. And he used to hit it. That dude was lethal. Yep.
Wow, man.
Yeah, that freaking over the head, like. Yeah.
Yo, those battles that the Kings had with the Mavericks in the Arco Arena was crazy. With the Lakers, Peja was
they actually they owned the Mavericks actually during the one time the Mavericks beat them was when Chris Webber tore
his leg up to his
when he tore his shit up. That was the one time they beat them.
Yep.
Before that, they actually were
for sure. No, those was from. I'm not gonna lie, man. Those Kings teams were with Bobby Jackson, with Mike Bibby, Chris Webber. I just feel like they didn't get the Chris Webber that was athletic.
Man.
If they got the Chris Webber that was really like dunking on everybody, because
before we go, I want to show y'all something now, just because Desso said something that reminded me of something.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be so you say he don't pass, right?
Right.
True. Like he's not a passer really, but he did have what I still think is the best pass, arguably the best pass I've ever seen in an NBA game. You're gonna be like, what? Yes, freaking Peja Stojakovic.
Over,
And I think
over
arguably the
Jay
best
Will? Oh, I gotta see this
Wait,
one.
Bro.
you talking about that? You talking about that behind the back that went full court?
Bro, I think that to this day, I think that's got to be like top 5 passes I've ever seen in a basketball game on a court. Like just the execution. It's
That pass was crazy.
I think
It was
Manu
fluky,
got
I
a like
think.
a behind the back
He
kind
got
of
it
flip
in.
too.
He got it.
Yeah,
threw
flip
like
it, right?
this.
It was like a flip, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna show y'all this because it's like it's almost like a video game glitch type pass. It's like
Right.
what the hell just happened? But man, I still don't understand how he did this shit.
I think Ginobili has something like that. Like in
Ginobili has some
midcourt.
crazy ones too. Yeah,
Right.
Or like
right.
peep this. So this is to Bobby Jackson. This is like
Right.
2002, I believe.
Right.
Oh shit.
You know, this is crazy.
On the dot. No,
Like,
that's tough.
Hey, that's
Like,
crazy.
what-
Like,
like
oh
like,
my
watch this shit
goodness,
again.
dude.
This is tough.
That's right on the money, bro. That dude flicked
That's
that right on the money.
Ridiculous.
Nah.
I think like some of the ones that I can think of.
Like what?
Nah,
That's like
was
a
crazy.
quarterback pass. Like, look at the way it had like the perfect zip and
Like
everything.
don't even make
Nah,
any
that was good.
sense.
Nah, that was insane.
Like on the replay too.
Behind the
that's
back
crazy.
on the money.
On the money like that, like on a line, like that's on a string. Like it's not like it floated. It just like it got right over the shoulder, got right where it needs to be. Oh my God, Buckner! I remember. Is that Greg
He
Buckner?
looked
Yeah,
in
I
it.
remember.
Wow.
Oh, that
Like,
ball
what?
went straight to him, too,
Yeah.
bro.
And it was like a freaking bullet, damn near. Like it don't even make any sense.
Yo, I forgot Tim Hardaway Sr. played on the. I forgot. Yeah,
Ridiculous
look at
pass.
that.
But anyways,
Yeah,
Yeah, some like
that's like some.
probably some of the best passes I remember. I think Jason Kidd threw like a spin and bounce pass.
Oh yeah, that one
And-
was a
and-
full court, right? It was like a full
For
court,
me,
right?
so like when people talk about the best passers, that's my number one passer. Also,
Just
I'm not talking about playmaker.
you talking about
I just
passing.
mean passer.
Yeah.
Right.
Like passer, he's number one for me. So.
I remember it was just one
That's it.
time like LeBron, he had got the ball, it was going out of bounds, and he
Mhm.
threw it behind his back on the money to Eric Dampier one time. It was like and it
On the
landed like
money.
right.
Oh, no,
in
I know
his
what you're
hand.
talking about. Yep.
I was like, bro, I remember watching it on TV. I was like,
Yeah,
oh, snap.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah,
One of the,
I'm gonna
the-
say
the-
Jokic is in the top 10.
oh yeah, he's
Top
listen.
10. Yeah, he's in
Yo,
top 10.
Drew, there's this thing like so to me, and that's how a lot of people really found me with PC. I gave one of my opinions beforehand. And that's, to be fair, I didn't see as much Jokic at that point as I should have. And I made a wild statement. I said, it's cool. Like the passing is cool. He's kind of going through the motions. And I think I saw the Grizzlies one, right? I was like, okay, let me watch some more. And then throughout that season, I started to see, oh, this guy's sick in the brain. Like, I think he increases the level of difficulty for fun. Like, I'll do a no-look lob pass to when Gordon is cutting, like, but he doesn't look like he's cutting. Like, I'll look like I'm doing a floater, but I'm really like he would just increase the difficulty for fun. And that's when I realized I was like, oh yeah, he's one of those. Like, he already sees the play already. It's just how difficult he wants to make that play look, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, he knows I could do a regular pass over the head, but I'll do it behind the back because I might get it in a different pocket. That's, you know what I mean? He may not reach in that area. You get what I'm saying? If I throw the straight pass, he might be able to deflect it. But yeah, it's insane. It's insane. To process information like that in passing is crazy.
Yeah, he's like right there. He's probably like 6 or 7 for me.
Yeah,
probably like
sure.
pass.
I think Jay Will.
Ridiculous.
I think Jay Will is up there too,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, but yeah, I think Kidd is probably my number one. Then it's like probably like Nash or CP.
I think Nick Van Exel is very underrated as a passer. I think if
LeBron's in the top 10, of course, too.
Yeah, LeBron's definitely in the top 10 for sure.
Yeah,
for sure. I definitely
I have to think
Steve
of where I
Nash,
wanna-
obviously. Steve Nash.
yeah. I want to think where I would rank him, but I'd probably say my top 3 is Kidd,
Michael Porter
Nash,
Jr.
and
No,
CP3.
That's crazy.
But, wait, who? Michael Porter Jr.
No way. Impossible. Impossible. But yeah, no. And Ginobili's a very, like you guys said, like he's a super underrated passer, man. I think if he had the ball in his hand a lot more, I think he would have displayed the playmaking style that James showed, like James Harden shows, with like just more so of the playmaking style. Like, you know what I mean? Like kind of on Brooklyn. I think he would have been able to kind of facilitate in that way.
Yeah, I
Kind
probably
of
say
table
Harden.
set.
Harden's probably like top 20 passers.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but like
I think the game style kind of helped him. Don't get me wrong. Him playing as in Brooklyn, I think he was a great a different form of a playmaker and a different passer, where it wasn't really so ISO heavy dependent, and he was able to kind of still find it in the motion. So yeah, but I think he definitely improved as a playmaker, and he's up there, like probably top 20.
no, yeah,
Top 20.
yeah,
For sure.
yeah. No, I think he's in top 20. But yeah, it's matter of fact, that'd be a fun little thing to do, like do like a top 20 passers, top 50. 15,
Oh yeah,
top
for
10.
sure.
Yeah,
For sure. Well,
Um,
I don't want to hold y'all up, man. So
yeah.
yeah, I don't want y'all to. I know you got stuff
Yeah,
to
man.
do.
So that's a
Yeah, it's
wrap.
late as hell.
Episode, episode 33. Appreciate Coach Dante and Context pulling up. Got anything else to say, Drew? Or wrap it up?
Nah, I just noticed how you went to Miami and then you became a Miami Heat fan all of a sudden.
Why are you giving away my location, bro?
This avatar.
This is the second time
I mean,
gave
hey,
up
you've
my
been giving away the location every time you post that big 3 Heat avatar you've been posting.
What I posted?
You had a couple of you gave him a couple
No. I posted that big 3 when you was talking about the big 3.
No, you did it multiple times after that though.
you were showing it a couple of times. Yeah, you were showing it a couple of times.
No, but I just showed that because he was talking about.
During that time, that's a fair point. That's a fair double entendre. Double entendre though.
When he
Double
was talking
entendre.
about Tatum, I put on Tatum like.
Yeah, for sure.
That's the only reason I wasn't giving up my location.
One more person though I do have to combat Drew is Ant Edwards. I think Ant Edwards, and I'm with Desto. I think those two guys just need to refine their game, and that refinement is gonna, like I said before, Drew. That refinement in the game.
You saying he's gonna be like the next?
Yes,
he gonna be on. Nah.
Yes.
Nah.
No way, Drew.
Drew.
He's not that guy, man. I'm sorry.
We're gonna revisit. I promise you, we're gonna revisit this conversation.
Right,
I promise you, we're gonna revisit.
You didn't think Curry's gonna be that guy? You didn't think Harden's gonna be that guy? You didn't think Jokic's gonna be that guy? You didn't think Giannis is gonna be that guy?
He's one of them, Drew. He's one of them. No. And the Drew, just take whenever you get a chance, just type in on YouTube how are the pro players talking about Ant. The players will let you know. The players will let you know.
Patrick Beverly called him. Called him the next Michael Jordan. So.
I mean, but Pat Beverly's Pat Beverly. He be wilder sometimes.
Ant will never be in the best player in the league conversations. Next.
No way, Drew.
Hey,
no way.
I'm clipping that.
No way, Drew. No way. I'm not jumping off that bridge with you. I'm not. He will be a top 5.
And also,
next year.
Let me also get a little bit biased, Homer nasty, but I mean it.
Look, here you go.
Jalen Green is going to be better than Anthony Edwards.
No way.
And now.
No way. Yep. Drew.
Yep.
Hey, on that,
Jalen Green is going to be better than Anthony Edwards. Now,
Mars, this is for you. This was for you, Mars. Clearly, this was for you.
at his peak, prime peak, whatever, he will be better. Not only I'm not gonna go further than that. I'm just gonna stop right there. But he will be better than Anthony Edwards. Yes.
Desto.
And he's gonna and also Desto.
This is clear.
Jalen Green will also be a better scorer than Jason Tatum. All right.